Almighty and everlasting God, it is meet and right and our bounden duty that we should at all times and in all places give thanks unto thee. Looking graciously, we beseech thee upon the works of this council to so guide by the heavenly wisdom the minds of its members and officials that they may wisely take counsel together and have the right judgment in all things. And now may, in our deliberations thus begun in order, be conducted in peace and in the spirit of goodwill and tolerance, and closed in harmony. Amen. Amen. Okay, morning members. Before we start, could I please remind members to switch off their mobile phones and mute any devices? I'm not really interested to hear the bings of news check-ins or whatever they are. So, good morning and welcome to the meeting of Council. For the benefit of those who are vulnerable or otherwise anxious about becoming ill, we ask that you continue to respect the decision of those who still wear a face mask. If you are wearing a mask, though, please could you remove it while speaking? Please do not hold your microphone by the stem, as they are particularly delicate and expensive to repair. For those benefiting from watching the live stream, please can you use your microphone every time you speak, including when participating in a recorded vote. You may find it easier to be seated whilst using your microphone. In the event of any disruption, and if proceedings are stopped and if instructed, can we ask all members to remain in the chamber while the public exit using either of the two side exits until the meeting resumes. I propose to take a 20-minute break at approximately 12:30, depending on where we are on an agenda item. It might be a little bit after, it might be a little bit before, to allow those of you who wish to take refreshment to be able to do so. I would also remind members that it was a year ago today, or budget meeting, that I had to remind members to treat each other with respect. I would appreciate it if there weren't guffawing and rounds of applause, and if you wish to have a private debate with somebody, that's what the landing's for, not for the chamber, please. And I will be quite hard on that. Okay, so we'll move on to item 1, which is apologies. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Apologies have been received from the following councillors: Peter Broomhall, Mike Isherwood, Kevin Turley, Paul Wynne. Thank you.
Chair, could I add Tracy Huffer to that?
Yep, I'm sure we can. Tracy Huffer, please. Item 2 is I can already hear things going bing bong. It's very irritating. Please turn them off. And there's another one. It's not rocket science, folks. If you need a hand for the person sat next to you to switch your own device off or put it on mute, please ask. Okay. Item 2 is disclosable pecuniary interests. I will remind members to disclose any pecuniary and other registrable or non-registrable interest in any matter to be discussed, including an interest in their register of interests, and leave the chamber prior to that matter being discussed. Ruth. Good. Looking around the room, are there any other hands? Nope. Item 3 then is the minutes of the previous meeting, and I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 14th of December 2023, as circulated with the agenda papers, be signed as a correct record. Brian, are you seconding that?
I'm pleased to second that, Chairman.
Good. Looking around the room. Okay. Everybody, no indications that they're not correct, so we will move on. Item 4 is announcements, so that you can receive such communications as the Chair and the Vice Chair and the Head of Paid Service may desire to lay before the Council. So I'm going to refer members to the list of official engagements carried out by myself and the Vice Chair, Brian Williams, since the meeting of Council on the 14th of December, which has been circulated by email. I hope the rest of the meeting goes this well. Item 5, public questions. In accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we will now deal with the questions from members of the public in accordance with the revised procedure rules. The Assistant Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to those questions. There have been 6 public questions received. The first one is from Mr. Timothy Ashton. Mr. Ashton.
To ask the portfolio holder for culture about the Council's state of knowledge concerning William Shakespeare's familiarity with Shropshire and the playwright's setting of As You Like It in the Wem, Salton, Hodnet area. To ask what formal steps have been taken and will be taken by the local authority to exploit this information to unlock cultural, economic and social opportunities for the people, businesses and students of Shropshire, and to recover the county's identity as the destination of the English Grand Tour. To further ask if the texture of these matters as set out in the public lectures in the City of London and in Wem can be formally entered into the Council's consciousness.
Thank you. And the response, I believe, is coming from the portfolio holder, Robert Macy.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Macy, portfolio holder for culture and leisure. Shropshire Council is aware of fresh research that asserts that As You Like It was set in North Shropshire and that contemporary productions were performed in the county. The Council is not clear yet whether the research has been widely accepted by the academic community. Shropshire Council will be reviewing its cultural priorities and the destination management plan over the coming 12 months. Should it be confirmed that there is a legitimate connection between Shakespeare and North Shropshire, the Council will welcome any interested parties to approach the Culture, Leisure and Tourism team with appropriate information about the research, with a view that it helps inform our future plans for the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from somebody opening a can of beer or something, by the sound of it. The next question is from Mike Streetley. Tim, I think you're going to read this one.
Yes, thank you. The question is this. Could you please confirm what the expected total pre-commencement costs of the combined Oxon Link Road and North West Relief Road are to date, and what they will be, brackets, including costs of business case preparation, at the point at which road construction starts?
Thank you. The response is coming from Councillor Dan Morris, the portfolio holder for highways.
Thank you, Mr. Streetley, for your question. To the end of Q3 23-24, the Oxon Link Road and North West Relief Road had incurred combined spend of 28.2 million. In order to reach full business case completion and therefore moving to main construction, including programme critical advance works, is forecast to cost 15.164 million. In total, therefore, the combined forecast spend prior to consultation will be 43.364 million.
Thank you. The next question is from Jamie Russell. And Tim, I think you're reading this one again.
Yep. So his question is this. Shropshire Council says the North West Relief Road is fully funded by central government. However, there is confusion over what fully funded means. Highways magazine recently asked the Department for Transport to clarify the fully funded claim. In response, the DFT stated that it is committed to fully funding the North West Relief Road's outline business case cost, subject to the approval of a full business case. The OBC cost was a maximum of £80 million. This is supported by the government's Net Worth North webpage. It lists 10 schemes, including the North West Relief Road, due to receive money from the cancelled leg of HS2. It states these schemes, subject to successful business case approval, will benefit from an uplift in government contribution from 85% to 100% of their costs at the outline business case stage. If the DFT's definition of fully funded is 80 million, this leaves the North West Relief Road with a significant shortfall. Last September, Council reports identified a funding gap of 95 million, suggesting the North West Relief Road's cost is 175 million plus. The DFT has not publicly stated it will cover this shortfall. The questions. Does the Council's definition of fully funded align with the DFT's statement that it will only fund the full outline business case cost of 80 million, brackets subject to the approval of the full business case? Does the Council have written confirmation from the DFT that it will fund the scheme beyond £80 million? And if the DFT funding is only 80 million, who will pay the £95 million shortfall, overrun costs and any financial reparations required if the drinking water is contaminated?
Thank you. And once again, Councillor Dan Morris will provide the answer.
Thank you, Mr Russell, for your question. In October 2023, the Secretary of State for Transport, Mark Harper, said that the government would fully fund the scheme. Senior council officers are in regular contact with the DFT and have been given no reason to believe that government support for the North West Relief Road will be anything other than that announced by the Secretary of State on TV, fully funded at today's cost of construction.
Thank you. The next question is from Ms Emma Bullard, who I can see is here.
Thank you. Could you please explain what formal measures Shropshire Council has put in place to ensure complete separation of the Highways Department, North West Road Project Team and Cabinet from the local planning authority function? Could you please publish the relevant documents describing these measures? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you for your question. Due to the line management structure in place with Tracy Dark being responsible for strategic transport since the departure of the Assistant Director of Infrastructure, which covers the North West Relief Road project, measures were put in place by the Chief Executive to ensure that as Tracy Dark represents the local planning authority, she will have no line management responsibility for the project team. Moreover, any decisions relating to planning matters were to be reported to the Chief Executive instead of her manager, Mark Barrow, who is also on the project side. Although this had been the arrangement, the Chief Executive confirmed this in writing on the 12th of June 2023.
Thank you very much. And the next question is from Reverend Paul Cawthorne. Tim is going to read this one. Tim?
Yeah, thank you. Noting the atrocious state of the roads in Hadnall and Clive parishes, including chippings being catapulted onto the pavement in Hadnall as repairs now increasingly fall apart within months of being done, please confirm what percentage of work time Mark Barrow spends on new road planning relative to his portfolio managing the permanent repair of potholes in existing roads. Are re-repair costs of 1, increased use of bagged tarmac, 2, residents' car damage costs from the chronic pothole pressures on springs, suspension joints and tyres factored into county value for money costings by the Council Chief Financial Officer? Please release the optional new road funding expenditure projection for 2024 and the 2024 budgeted expenditure on permanent pothole repairs as opposed to temporary bagged tarmac repairs.
Thank you. Councillor Morris again, please.
Thank you, Reverend Cawthorne. Question 1. Shropshire Council have completely overhauled its operating model for highway services in recent years. A mixed economy model is now in place and has seen all service metrics improve since it was implemented. The cost of pothole repairs in Shropshire have reduced due to greater levels of efficiency and a focus on right first-time repairs. Some of our operational teams do use HAPAS-approved bagged tarmac, which means it meets the required standard. However, and it's still recommended as a permanent solution. Although the cost is slightly higher for bagged material compared to warm material from a quarry, this can be problematic in cold temperatures as it quickly goes off specification, which can lead to quality issues. The cost is also offset by not having to collect material, plant delays, etc. Therefore, productive output is increased. In response to question 2, the The condition of the roads within Shropshire is not unique. Across the county, with almost all highways authorities struggling to keep on top of defects, with numbers significantly rising year on year, which has been exacerbated by the very wet winter, which has severely stretched resources. Surveys of Shropshire roads show that 13.6%, or 431 miles, of the highway network in Shropshire is considered to be in need of significant repair, which is obviously disappointing for Shropshire. However, the latest published national average, sourced from the ALARM survey, March 2023, for roads in England across all highways authorities, showed that 18%, or 36,918 miles of roads maintained by local authorities, are considered to be in poor condition. The positive trends are against a backdrop of prevailing challenges faced by authorities nationwide, grappling with a 20% inflation rate in the sector and resultant budget constraints. The move to a mixed economy model has not only shielded the region from service reductions, but has also led to maintained satisfaction rates. And finally, to the last question, all planned maintenance programmes will be published once our budgets have been confirmed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right, we will move on to item 6. Is there? Oh, Karen Pierce, sorry, yeah. I'd already ticked it. I do apologise. We have a question from Ms. Karen Pierce. Tim.
Thank you. In the large local majors and major road network schemes quarterly monitoring return for 2023-24 quarter 2, we read that the Department for Transport has paid grants of £10,444,794 to Shropshire Council for the North West Relief Road project, but that £7,158,262 is outstanding. The text says, it is to be noted that no payment of grant has yet been awarded to Shropshire Council for either the 2022-23 financial year or the 2023-24 forecast. Therefore, the balance outstanding is £6,438,078, which we would urge payment of as soon as possible. Could you please provide an update on these figures? Could you also explain the £72,000 difference between the figures?
Thank you. It was actually 720,000, I think, as opposed to 72. But there we go. Dan Morris.
Thank you for your question. The grant payments outstanding at quarter 2 of £2,660,807 for 22-23 and for £3,777,271 for 23-24, and which total £6,438,078 have now been paid by the DFT to Shropshire Council and received in our bank account on the 22nd of September 23. No further funding is due this financial year. The amount of £720,184 showing on the quarterly return is actually an error on the DFT return spreadsheet, which cannot be amended or updated by Shropshire Council at the time of submitting, as it is a locked cell that is calculating the sum. The cell in question is I67, and it is not adding in cell I56 to the calculation. At quarter 2, the actual total in cell I67 should read £6,438,078 as the variance. This error has been reported to the DFT for correction.
Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to item 6. I'm going to remind members that a recorded vote must be taken in relation to the budget and council tax items under the legislation. So,
Chairman, on a point of order or procedure, can I ask your ruling, please, maybe to save an amendment being made later on? Item 6 has a number of parts to it. One of the parts concerns the council tax resolution, and then the other parts are more to do with the budget itself. Can I ask for your ruling on a separate vote for the council tax, and then the others as per the debate which continues during it? Otherwise, I would wish to move an amendment for that, but I think for ease, it might be useful if you, as a ruling, gave item 1 council tax, one separate vote, and then the other votes, whatever is determined during the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger did raise this with me before the meeting. It is how it was done some years ago. I think it was Liberal Democrat Chris Mellings that had it changed, but I'm quite happy to change it back for the sake of accord. Tim is quite happy for me to do that. So the question I'm going to ask Tim now is, should we take that first, or should we have the debate and then just take two separate votes at the end?
Well, it needs to be introduced.
Yeah.
It needs to be introduced.
Right. Okay. Well, it will have to be a recorded vote. And so you are asking for that amendment.
But the report needs to be introduced, doesn't
Yeah.
it? There needs to be a formal motion put.
Okay. So, Roger, we will move into the item. We will have the report. Then you can make your propose your amendment, which we will then take. I don't have an issue with it. I'm sure nobody else will. So, I'm going to invite Councillor Leslie Picton, the leader in the portfolio for policy and strategy improvement and communication, to present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have so much to be proud of in local government. We touch so many people's lives in so many different ways, and I am incredibly proud and privileged to be the leader of this council. This is a wonderful local authority, with officers and elected members working day in and day out to give residents the very best opportunity of living their best lives. I've been involved directly in local government for over 40 years. I've seen and experienced firsthand how it routinely evolves and transforms to become increasingly efficient and effective. It gets on without fanfare, responding to challenges and changing priorities, at the same time as providing essential services and supporting people when they need it most. Local government has always played a vital part in ensuring the well-being of our community, never more so than during COVID, when council stepped up to provide all the support our residents and businesses needed. During that horrendous time, government gave us extra money so that we could assist the many people who were accessing our services. That was a crucial and obviously welcome intervention. However, I believe it masked the cost of the increased demand to councils, because as the grants came to an end, the true cost started to emerge. Balancing an escalation in the numbers of people with complex cases needing our help while still providing the day-to-day services that people expect comes with financial consequences, part borne by government and part borne by every single one of us. Our council tax, our personal tax, and the fees and charges we pay all contribute to the funding that funds the very fabric of our society. As a sector, we've had tough times before, where savings have had to be made and services altered radically. However, right now, in Shropshire and in councils across the country, we are entering seriously dark times. Increased demand, coupled with rising costs, sustained higher inflation, and no sign of fairer funding, means we're faced with making really tough decisions to set a balanced budget. We don't often, let's be honest, agree across the chamber, but I don't suppose there's one member here today that wasn't disappointed with the financial settlement from government. We lobbied very hard before and after the draft settlement was announced. All of Shropshire MPs, and I mean all of Shropshire MPs, also lobbied, and whilst we welcomed the increase, councils across England agreed it just wasn't enough to deal with the rising demand. Local government leaders used to talk about the Holy Trinity. They used to talk about social care, adults and children's and housing. Now you can add to that send transport. You can add to that temporary accommodation. All of these services are statutory and affect our most vulnerable residents. We have a legal and ethical duty to provide them, but we simply don't have the funding. We're not alone. Most, if not all, top tier and even district councils are struggling to meet these commitments. The simple truth is, local government is struggling like never before. It seems that every day you open the newspaper or switch on the news, more and more councils are asking for capitalisation, for emergency funding. Neither of those solve the root of the problem. And for those of you who are playing full council bingo, you can now tick off a section 114, because a section 114 means capitalisation. It means emergency funding. And it means the commissioners coming in and stripping out every single service that is not statutory. It's happened in other councils. It's happening right now. And believe you me, they don't take any notice of communities. They don't take any notice of rurality. A year ago, I explained the difficult financial situation we were in surrounding the 23-24 budget. But I said that by following the Shropshire Plan, we would focus on protecting our most vulnerable residents, but we would need to make significant savings. Today, we've actually achieved a lot of what we set out to do. We've continued to protect the most vulnerable, and we have achieved the largest savings target this council has ever made, currently standing at over 40 million. And we will strive to get to the original target. But sadly, it's not enough. As savings are being made, the demand for our services continues to rise, and we will see an overspend at the end of this year. This will be mitigated by using our reserves, but our reserves aren't endless, and we must seek to replenish them. To achieve a balanced budget for the 24-25 financial year, we will need to increase council tax by 2.99%. We will need to increase the adult social care provision of 2%, and we must make £62 million worth of savings. These savings will involve making decisions that we really don't want to make. Nobody here wants to be in a position where there is a real likelihood that the demand for our statutory care services outstrips our available budget. Of course, it suits the opposition groups to say how awful everything is, doesn't it? And how the council would be in a much better position if they were in financial control. Of course, we mustn't forget they do like to mix up that capital and revenue expenditure, and it really does seem to me that they either don't understand the difference, which is extremely worrying, or they do it deliberately, which is extremely naughty. This Conservative administration gave all parties the opportunity to bring forward their alternative budgets, and for the last 2 years, with some minor exceptions, we've heard the same things. This year, the Liberal Democrats have gone to great lengths to state that they accepted the Conservative savings plans rather than use all the reserves to balance their alternative budget. So, Councillor Evans, I look forward to you and your group supporting the vote at the end of this item. But then you added items to the bottom of the list, which actually made the bottom line worse. I'm not sure about that one. Slightly ironically, only this morning, the Labour group were demanding that we give more money to our care providers, and yet in their alternative budget, they actually want to take those care providers back in-house. I wonder if sometimes people forget why social care went out of local government. And that's because the moment you touch local government, the bureaucracy makes things very difficult. And actually, it became very clear very quickly that the private sector could actually move much quicker, respond much quicker, and were, yes, more cost effective. In children's services, we do run a mixed economy model, and we will continue to expand that, but that is not going to solve the whole of the social care issue. How many councils do run all their social care provision in-house? I can think of a few that actually took it back in-house and put it out pretty damn quick, because they couldn't make those figures add up. Maybe perhaps the Labour group just don't like private enterprise. But let's not forget that many of the people that own these care facilities and dom care companies are Shropshire residents. They must feel extremely puzzled and confused at the moment. To be fair, the Green Party's suggestion was that we look at procurement, and we have taken this on board, although Councillor Dean at a Cabinet meeting did accept that he wasn't entirely sure what savings that would make, but we've accepted it nonetheless. Why wouldn't we? But here's the real deal. This side of the chamber deal with fantasy. This side of the chamber deals with reality. However, despite the savings we are looking to make, we will continue to invest significant amounts of money into services. 44 million for housing, over 40 million for highways, and over 7 million this year for schools. The next 2 years will see a further 200 million invested into services, including another 40 million in housing and another 20 million for schools. And we will continue to look after our most vulnerable residents. And we will continue to provide a whole host of other services. But the revenue budget today before you is tough. It's really tough. Any proposals that result in job losses, and changes or cessation of services is heartbreaking. However, this budget will protect services. It will save the council from what is happening in other authorities where services are being cut completely. We have been very clear as to what these saving plans are. Any significant changes will be subject to public consultations, and wherever possible, we will be looking to work with partners and the community to minimise those impacts. None of us have all the answers, and I would like to think that other possibilities may emerge. But let me be really clear, making these savings is not an option. We have to do it. I regularly hear from members of the opposition, oh, it's the Conservatives' problem. It's the council's problem, like they're not part of this council. But let me quote a sentence from our Unison lead, Ash Silverstone, who's with us today. He made a statement earlier this week. It said, "This is not a time for people to play politics and score points. The gravity of the situation demands that everyone comes together to tackle this crisis." I couldn't agree more. This is not a time for people to... this financial situation is not just my problem. It is not just one side of the Chamber's problem. It's not local government's problem. It actually absolutely is the government's problem, whatever the colour is. But right here, right now, it is our problem, and we all need to own it. Some may suggest that this is a commissioner's budget. What I say to you is that this is a practical solution to ensure that the commissioner's slash and burn does not take place in Shropshire. Mr Chair, I propose the recommendations as set out in 3.1 to 3.17.
I would like to say very well timed. Now, I did discuss this at the beginning. I don't want guffawing or rounds of applause, thanks Gwilym et al. All right? I don't think this is a meeting we should be being playful in. Right. I'm looking for a seconder. I believe that will be you, Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Councillor Gwilym Butler, Portfolio Holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. Formally second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Now, each leader of each group has to... Roger, I will take your amendment. It is an amendment. I will take the other amendments, and then at the end, when we go to the vote, I will do two separate votes. So it'll save you jumping up and down and waving your hand around. Okay. So each of the other leaders will now get 10 minutes in this order. Roger Evans, Julia Buckley, Julian Dean and David Minery, should he choose to. Obviously, it's rather more difficult speaking on behalf of the independents because definition they're independent. So, Roger.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for accommodating my previous request. I have a sense of déjà vu and expect many here today feel the same way. I also have a sense of déjà vu concerning hearing the words, "We have a plan," uttered by Conservative councillors again and again and again. This, of course, is a Conservative line used in government up and down the country. It is the party mantra. The important thing about any plan, though, is that it works. Repeating "you have one" and others do not is far from convincing, especially in the face of the budget facing us today. If you, the administration, cannot produce a budget based on this plan year on year, whilst making the savings and delivering the valued services our residents need, then that plan has failed. You have all the resources of the officer corps at your fingertips. Please believe me, we would, and many are now saying they cannot wait for that day to come when we would produce our budget. When the Shropshire Plan was adopted in 2022, and which you say is your plan, a commitment was made to ensure that the council's resources would follow the outcomes set within the Shropshire Plan. This included the following: we will put our resources in the right place using accurate data, insights and evidence to support the delivery of the organisation's priorities and balance the books. And was followed by the following words: the Council's medium-term financial strategy is the key strategic document within TSP, the Shropshire Plan, that defines how finances over the medium term will be allocated and aligned to the outcomes set within the TSP. Since the plan was adopted, we have seen several prime examples of how to mismanage the finances of this council, whilst also keep on using the phrase, "We have a plan." Was the plan to overspend and so use virtually all our reserves, which this year, on a £730 million budget, are now predicted to be just 1.6 million, or 0.2%. Recent votes also show that even to retain this ridiculously small balance has meant using over £34 million worth of reserves, pulling £600,000 from the highways budget, and the anticipated collection fund deficit of £835,000 being pushed into the 24-25 budget. I do note there is a reference in today's papers on page 2 which states that proposals made in 23-24 would put the council on a stable footing over the medium term. The facts I have just mentioned speak for themselves. No wonder emergency cuts are now being proposed in the budget that you are proposing. We are being asked to approve. Approve cuts like reducing staff numbers by at least 300. I would guess that would be nearer 500, however. Charging for every green bin and so raising £4 million. Closing 2 recycling centres. In adult services, reduce the need for formal care by over £2 million. Cutting education transport arrangements by £1 million. This is just a small selection of the £62 million worth of cuts listed in the report, none of which we have been consulted on. Residents have been consulted on? No, they haven't. We are just being asked blindly to approve, vote for today. Worth noting is also that every other authority, similar to Shropshire, has much more in reserves than we do. So the "we have a plan" is to cut our workforce by 500 staff, whilst paying PwC millions of pounds. This inability to stick to the plan means that the already reduced workforce is to be cut by even more full-time equivalent staff. Staff who are already overworked and frequently stressed by not being able to achieve or deliver the job they would like to do, want to do. Last year, unfilled vacancies were deleted and hence staff numbers reduced. How many was there? Interestingly, some extra posts were, however, created at senior officer level. And of course, PwC were employed at a cost of over £1 million. It now appears that this next budget year, 2024-25, we could be paying them up to £6.2 million, whilst reducing our workforce by over 300 or 500. I would, and others alongside me, like it noted that we do wish to congratulate all our staff on their efforts to deliver the savings that were selected and put forward by Cabinet, while still trying to deliver the services our residents want and need. Part of the budget today includes a capital programme. The Shropshire Plan includes the words, "Support the delivery of the organisation's priorities and balance the books." This should have been by investing in projects that provide income, both now and in the future. The actual result is more failures. For example, the appalling £52 million investment in the Shrewsbury shopping centres. The idea then was to provide an income of around £5 million per year. Income received this year is in the low thousands. It has also used up the only levelling up fund of £18 million this administration has managed to convince the government to give us. Wanting to invest much time and massive amounts of money in a relief road with no investment return in the near future. Residents want our existing roads repaired, potholes repaired, 20-mile-an-hour speed limits put in place outside our schools, more affordable housing, village safety schemes, including designating some roads as quiet lanes so it is safer to walk around their areas. Other wasted investments have included, of course, IP&E, which lost us £2 million. Investment in consultants to save us money. One, many will remember, costing us £1,000 a day to advise on potholes. Areas now under attack from the sorry state of the budget are plans to tackle climate change, energy efficiency. Can't see those. The recycling of food waste. Is it proposed?
Roger, if you can just wait for a minute till... Yes.
Okay.
Try again, Roger, just see
All
if
right.
it's picked up an allergy to you.
Areas now under attack from the sorry state of the budget. Areas under attack by the sorry state of the budget are plans to tackle climate change, energy efficiency. Are they? The recycling of food waste. Is it proposed that this now be incinerated? Our ability to standardise our recycling by March 27, which is a requirement across England. Our support to people needing housing in the medium term. Our leisure centres and libraries. Our ability to scrutinise decisions which affect all our residents and make sure they are the best they can be. If these were all part of the plan, then it was succeeded. I'm sure they were not what the original authors had in mind. Valued services in Shropshire stand never to be the same again. Residents are not likely to forgive many of these actions. Please do not just carry on using the words, "we have a plan," followed by words that you have no plan to me and others on this side of the chamber. It really helps no one, least of all the people in Shropshire that we all represent. The plan you have had has resulted in this budget, and it really, really saddens me that this budget is what it is. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We had stopped the clock while you were speaking, so and I would have given you an extra 10 seconds on top, but you didn't need them. Thank you. Right, we're going to come to Julia next. Now, before you start, Julia, Roger, I've said that we'll split the vote at the end. Julia, you now have 10 minutes. I assume you will be proposing your amendment at some stage during that 10 minutes. Then obviously we will enter into a debate on that amendment before we come to Julian, okay? And then obviously you have an amendment, we'll do the same with you, Julian. So, Julia.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think we can all heed Leslie Picton's words today. Welcome to the Conservative reality. She's absolutely right. The budget you are looking at is the reality of a Conservative administration. £62 million cuts this year, on top of £50 million last year. £112 million taken out of services for our residents. We're asking them to pay more for less. And we're also asked today that we should vote in favour of losing 300 full-time jobs. That's 500 workers who are delivering those services in our authority. And each member in this room is asked to vote in favour of that today. So when I come on to our amendment, I'm offering you the opportunity to save those jobs. And I hope that you will consider our alternative proposal. So, we all know that 80% of our revenue budget is now spent on social care. And that really is the biggest pressure across this authority. It's our biggest bill and it's our biggest problems and it's our biggest duty to look after people who need us most. And the Conservatives keep telling us this demand pressure is because of the ageing population in Shropshire. We're all getting older faster, and we're all living longer and enjoying a lovely life in Shropshire. I'm sure most of us will remember Leslie Picton's memorable TV interview about the budget 4 weeks ago when she told everybody they had to make £50 million cuts in this year's budget. 2 weeks later, the papers come out, and now it's £62 million cuts. So the Tories lost £12 million in 2 weeks. Somebody's getting old really fast, aren't they? If it's costing £6 million a week because of how much we're ageing, would you like to project that forward for every week of the 52 weeks next year? Because, of course, we are an older county. That is just the context in which we live. There's so much more going on here, and we need to be much more careful about looking at the different factors at play. There are at least three factors in that large bill. Yes, we are getting older, and older people love to come and live here. It's a beautiful place. But also, as we've heard, the complexity of need has increased. People have got more complicated needs and multiple needs. Let's not forget, 50% of the adult budget is spent on people under the age of 65. So they've got lifelong disabilities or conditions that need our support. That's not to do with ageing. And finally, and in my opinion, the most likely problem that is being hidden is that the unit cost of care is increasing exponentially. So when you add up the extra numbers of people and you investigate the extra complexity, but then you multiply it by the actual cost of delivering that care, that is where we are being stung. Why? You know why? Because this council is obsessed with outsourcing all of our services. So it is private providers who are delivering our service at a profit, and we have lost control of those costs. This Conservative council has chosen to lose control of the costs. And you know what? It's not just the costs we've lost control of. We have looked after children and older people being sent out of county. There is a shortage of supply. So there are not enough providers within Shropshire. We're sending them far away, away from their networks, their families, their supports. The costs are spiralling, and we also have less control over the quality because they are less accountable. These factors together make this really very bad value for money. As you know, that is reflected across the whole council, where 78% of this council's budget is paid to third parties, to the private sector, who are making a profit out of delivering our services, leaving us being asked to cut jobs as a consequence. Now, the other thing is that this is no surprise, is it? This has been a long time coming. This council, so the Conservatives have been in charge here for at least 14 years, and they have watched this bill increase. Year on year, it has increased as a proportion of the total budget from 60% to 70% and now up to 80%. So they could see this coming over the hill. This was an ongoing pressure, as we're being told we're always getting older. What did they do about it? What measures, what plan did they put in place to counteract this long-term systemic problem that was increasing a drain on our budget? Well, we all know that because of the terrible Conservative austerity, that our settlement from central government has also reduced. So they absolutely couldn't do much with the revenue budget. And we're told today that I don't understand the difference between capital and revenue, which is quite intriguing, as I have a PhD and spent 25 years working in government funding. I do understand the difference, and it really disturbs me that you did not use your capital budget to invest in assets that would bring down your ongoing revenue costs. Why didn't you invest the capital budget into the area of our highest cost? We didn't do that, did we? Because this Conservative administration spent £51 million on a shopping centre. They chose to speculate on high-risk property development. And at the last evaluation, it was worth something in the region of £12 million. Another example of the reality of how this council is run. Why didn't you invest that £51 million into care homes, into children's homes, invest in assets, control the costs, control your biggest costs? Any business person would tell you to do that. Instead, they lost control of costs, they've lost control of quality, and now, today, we are being asked to pay the price. We're being asked to sack between 300 and 500 staff to cut corners. They want to save money from existing internal staff, and they would like us to pay an extra £6 million to consultants at Price Waterhouse Cooper. Every member in this room will have worked with our hard-working officers across the areas they wish to cut. They want to cut staffing from the housing department, from children's services, from care, from adult services, from the most vulnerable residents, people doing the hardest jobs to help those who need it most. We've all been emailing, phoning, meeting with officers who work so hard, who go the extra mile to help our residents and try to deliver services on such a stretched budget. Those of you who've been here a long time will have recognised that while the teams have been getting smaller from the austerity cuts, the workload has been getting bigger. And we should today be thanking our staff for the tremendous job that they've been asked to do in very trying circumstances. Instead, you are being asked to vote in favour of sacking them. And I'm asking you not to do that. I'm giving you an alternative. So we have looked at an alternative that is used in other councils where we put forward a proposal. It would need to be consulted on with trade unions and with the officers themselves. But we would propose that they are invited to take 1 day's unpaid annual leave every month. So that's 12 days extra annual leave in a year. Overall, that will deliver a 4.6 saving on their salary costs, which will generate approximately 10.6 million. And I can only say approximately because of the paltry level of information that we as councillors have been given upon which to make our decision. You'll find a budget line in there that suggests to you we should vote to save £8.5 million to resize staffing across the council. How can we possibly know who those staff are, what their jobs are, and how much they are paid? So I could only calculate based on a median salary, the one that this council calculates, and based on their salaries. We would save 10.6 million, which would cover 292 jobs, including on costs. I'm not asking you to vote in favour of that today. I'm asking you to vote that that question be asked to our officers and to the trade unions. Give them the choice to decide if everybody would prefer to do that rather than see jobs be cut. And to reassure you, in terms of their take-home pay, anybody, scale point 13 or below, would not actually receive a pay cut. Because of the pay rise that's been agreed through this council of £1,800 to every staff member, they would still have a net pay increase as well as the additional leave. So I'm asking you to consider that this proposal be put to staff, please, rather than cutting our nose off to spite our face. Our staff are our strongest resource, our best asset.
Can you wind up now, Julia, please? Thank you.
In all the services that together we value and we want to improve and deliver, we can't do it without our staff. It will be worse if we cut the staff.
Julia, when I said wind up, you are quite over time now.
I ask you to consider this going.
Okay, that is the amendment that has been proposed by Julia, who is seconding it. Alan, and are you reserving your right, or do you wish to speak now?
I'll reserve the right, please.
Okay, so we have had a proposed amendment, which you have heard. I am looking around the room to see if there are any hands to... Sorry, didn't see a hand behind Simon's head.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Julia, for putting the proposal forward. I've actually been in this chamber long enough to see and experience the last time we actually changed staff contracts. And that was about 10, 12 years ago when we actually gave the staff a 5% reduction in pay, but without the unpaid leave. And I know how well that didn't go down, but it was at a time when we had to actually do things. What I will say is I'm more than happy to take this away, but I can't commit to it because my major concern is if we take 12 days capacity out of social workers, 12 days capacity out of children's legal services, all those areas where we are really tightly staffed and we need to make the savings quicker, it will have a huge impact on the organisation. But I'm not going to dispute that I will take it away and look at it because I need a lot more information. And of course, we have to realise this is the mid-term financial strategy, not just for next year, but for the next 5 years. So this would be a reduction in their working terms permanently because the revenue doesn't go away after next year. It is constantly there. So it would effectively be a major contract change to their employment details, and how that affects people's mortgages and everything else all has to go into the mix. But I'm not going to dispute it, and I will take it away and look at it. My view at the moment, subject to talking to officers, is I will bring it back in the first quarter mid-term financial strategy report to Cabinet, where we can have a further debate as we move forward. And I would hope the Chamber would work together in moving forward in this difficult time. Now, in respect of the final sentence, there is a budget in the MTFS next year for a staff pay rise. As you are no doubt aware, and Unison is aware, that has not been agreed. So I cannot support this amendment to say staff are going to have £1,800 pay increase. They may get more, they may get less, they may get more days off. What I can tell you as chair of WME, the actual pay, we are under the national pay guidelines, which should be in by today. The first information about that is coming out through WME confidentially through national employers next week on the 7th of March, and I am chairing that negotiation at WME in the Jury Quarter in Birmingham, so there will be more information coming forward. So what I would ask members to do, not to tie us into knots, but I will take the ethos of this away, and there may be parts of it we could agree with moving forward. So please vote it down. Thank you.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I'm just a bit confused there. You say you want to take
Julia.
it. Point of order. I just want to
No, but it's me to decide whether
Sorry.
it's a point of order.
Chairman,
You're
yes.
not sitting in this chair, I am, and I will decide whether it's
just
a point of order.
I don't really
And the point of order has to be based on making an unlawful decision or a breach of protocol. Is that correct? So what is the point of order, first of all?
The point of order is he accepting this as a friendly amendment without the 1,800?
No.
But you say that
Right,
you agree with
that's not really a point of order, that's part of a discussion. So
I don't want to be tied in knots.
Gwilym, having just told Julia to go through the chair, the same applies to you.
Sorry, Chair.
And I did say I would be quite firm on that.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm now looking around the room for other speakers. If you need somebody else to ask a question, Julia, scribble on a bit of paper and pass it sideways. Yes.
In private industry, voluntary unpaid leave of absence, which is what we are discussing here, VULA, also at least defers, if not completely avoids, statutory redundancy cost. And part of this arrangement must be that the cost of redundancy offsets the savings that you're going to make, so your cash flow implication is that you would be paying out to save. Cash reserves would go down. So think about that when you're talking about VULA. You've also got to consider the impact on your operating results and your cash flow of the statutory redundancy implications of your measure.
Okay, Rosemary.
Thank you. Could I ask Councillor Butler, please, to look again or think again about what is suggested in this amendment. It's not suggested that today we determine to do this. It is suggested to do as, in fact, he said he would do, take this away and put it in as part of the consultation, if you like. And I'd also like to comment on the fact that you refer to it being a reduction in capacity. It isn't a reduction in capacity, is it? It's a reduction in the reduction of capacity. If you're removing 300 staff, so if you're making 300 staff redundant, and we're trying to make a proposal to not reduce that, to make that redundancy, but instead to reduce by 1 day per month full-time equivalent those 300 people's working time, overall it represents an increase in capacity to the proposal that's on the table. Does that make sense?
Okay, let me just get this clear in my head. Julia's put forward an amendment to the strategy, and what you're saying is that it's actually not to be changed today, just a commitment to go away and look at it. Which one is it? Because I'm a little bit confused now.
The whole thing is a consultation, isn't it?
It's asking for a consultation.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I've got Alan on the list. I'm just checking nobody else wants to speak before the seconder who reserved his right, and as I can't see any hands, Alan.
It seems to me that what Gwilym was doing was accepting that there was great value in this amendment, but then at the end of the day he changed his mind and said that he would oppose it. I don't know why. I think he was perhaps querying the facts of the matter in terms of some of the savings and some of the way in which it was to operate. I would urge Leslie Picton, the leader, to say something about this, because would she be prepared to take this on, subject as it is to consultation, as a real alternative to one of the major issues within this financial strategy, which is sacking a load of staff, which nobody wants, I'm sure. So would she at least try to urge Gwilym to take this on in a serious way and support the amendment, or at least abstain from supporting the amendment on a matter of, if he's got matters of principle, because it has got clear sense. It is a satisfactory way forward, subject to consultation.
Okay. Leslie, as the original proposer, you have the right of the last say on the debate about the amendment.
Yeah,
so.
Thank you very much. And why was this not brought forward in the alternative budget? That's exactly what that process is for, because we would have looked at this and we could have said, that's fine, we could include that. But the point is that you do this, I believe, for different reasons. I absolutely agree, as does Gwilym, that this is something we will take away to investigate. But I'm not willing to make an amendment to the MTFS as it is at the moment, because as Gwilym said, if we talk to the unions, if we talk cross-party about this, and this can go through, and the officers of the council agree, great, it can go into the MTFS mid-term. But we don't need to amend it now. You've got our commitment in this chamber that we will take that away and look at it. But I have no idea if every single member of staff in this authority is going to say yes. So I give you my word that Gwilym and I will take this away to talk to HR, to talk to the unions, and we will look at this. But why make it an amendment? Oh, I've forgotten. It's that time of year.
Could we have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman?
How many do we need for a recorded vote?
15.
15.
Yes.
Okay, you can all sit down. That's clearly more than 15. I have to follow the procedure. I suspected that, like whack-a-mole, there'd be lots of people standing up. So, okay. So we have. There's a bit of a hubbub here. Please don't talk over me. We have the amendment that has been proposed. We have been a recorded vote has been requested, which will be read out by names will be read out by Andy Begley. Please do use your microphones when you respond, and we are voting on the amendment, and should the amendment pass, we will then vote on it again as the principal. If it doesn't, we will then take the next motion, which I believe is from the Green Party, Julian Dean. So, Andy, I hope everybody understands that.
Thank you. Roy Aldcroft.
Against.
Jeff Anderson.
Against.
Caroline Bagnall.
For.
Nicholas Bardsley.
Against.
Joyce Barrow.
Against.
Bernie Bentinck.
For.
Thomas Biggins.
Against.
Edward Bird.
Against.
Andy Boddington.
For.
Julia Buckley.
For.
Gary Burchett.
Against.
Gwilym Butler. Dean Carroll.
Against.
Steve Charmley.
Against.
Ted Clark.
For.
Rachel Connolly.
For.
Gerald Dakin.
Against.
Rosemary Dartnell.
For.
Steve Davenport.
Against.
Mary Davies.
For.
Julian Dean.
For.
Jeff Elner.
Against.
David Evans.
Against.
Julia Evans.
For.
Roger Evans.
For.
Paul Gill.
Against.
Rob Gittins.
Against.
Nat Green.
For.
Kate Halliday. Simon Harris.
Against.
Nigel Harting.
For.
Nick Hignett.
Against.
Ruth Houghton.
For.
Richard Huffer.
For.
Tracy Huffer. Excuse me. Vince Hunt.
Against.
Kirsty Hurst Knight.
Against.
Mark Jones.
Against.
Simon Jones.
Against.
Duncan Kerr. Heather Kidd.
For.
Christian Lee.
Against.
Hilary Luff.
Against.
Nigel Lumby.
Against.
Robert Macy.
Against.
David Minery.
Abstain.
Dan Morris.
Against.
Pam Mosley.
For.
Alan Mosley.
For.
Cecilia Motley.
Against.
Peggy Mullock.
Against.
Ian Nellins.
Against.
Kevin Pardy.
For.
Viv Parry. Tony Parsons.
For.
Leslie Picton.
For. Against. Sorry. Against.
Go with your heart, Leslie. Go with your heart.
Okay, folks. Robert, thank you. Let's let the Chief Exec get on now.
Ed Potter. John Price. Chris Schofield.
Against.
Andrew Sherrington. Colin Taylor.
For.
Ann Thomas.
Against.
Robert Tyndall.
Against.
Edward Towers.
Abstain.
David Vasmer.
For.
Alex Wagner. For. Claire Wilde.
Against.
Brian Williams.
Against.
Mark Williams.
For.
Rob Wilson.
For.
Thank you.
Okay, we will just let our two people accountants work out. So we have 29 for, we have 2 abstentions, and we have 38 against. So the amendment has fallen. We will move on to Julian. Councillor Julian Dean. You have your 10 minutes, in which time I'm sure you will put your amendment forward.
I will do indeed, yes. Hopefully members have seen the amendment. It was on the papers that came through this morning, and I also sent it to everybody. So it is, of course, clear that the administration is stuck between a rock and a hard place, but both of your own choosing. The hard place is inadequate Conservative government funding for more than a decade and a refusal to tackle the national scandal of social care funding. Unfortunately, something that Labour doesn't have any solutions for either. So the really tragic thing for the people of Shropshire is that there's very little light at the end of the tunnel in those terms. But the rock is our Conservative administration's history of inadequate funding for preventative measures, irresponsible council tax freezes during these years of austerity, and a continued obsession with uncertain capital projects supposed to save our bacon by either returning an income or by magically boosting the local economy with some sort of trickle-down effect coming back to the council. This year, we're told the main pressure on our budget comes from rapidly escalating costs of adult social care and children's services, areas of provision which we must provide. Yet these services are coming under increasing pressure. These services are coming under increasing pressure. But at least for adult social care, this is no surprise. It's no surprise to anyone that Shropshire's population is ageing. But the scale of the increasing costs isn't simply down to the number of people needing services, it's down to the type of service we now provide. Residential care is not just very costly for the council, it is also, in most cases, the worst outcome for residents. So in the certain knowledge of an ageing population, we should have been transforming these services for years. And we should have been investing in home or family-based support services for children too, something other councils have been doing. Instead, Conservatives in Shropshire have repeatedly cut funding for family centres and children's services and failed to invest in adequate independent living support for adults. Finally, there is some recognition of this. The Conservative leadership have brought in PwC and plan to pay them even more this next year to essentially tell us what other, better-run councils are already doing. Nice work if you can get it. However, yet again, the capital budget continues the trend of recent years. Tens of millions allocated to shiny projects that will supposedly boost GDP get the attention, whilst children's services and adult social care get a measly $300,000 each, which is actually less than last year. When I made this point at Cabinet last week, Leslie Picton responded by saying, we don't want to be putting even more people into residential care if we can help it, and quite right too. So where are our independent living hubs? Yes, PwC and social care managers are now talking about these, but little old green-run Stroud District Council has got 4 of them. Meanwhile, to achieve better outcomes for children, Tory-controlled Gloucestershire Council invested £35 million last year in family centres, whilst Tory-controlled Lancashire Council has set aside £35 million this year to create new children's homes to bring back up to 70 children in care forced to live outside their county because of a shortage of available homes. Why does our capital budget continue to look the other way rather than address our biggest financial burden and reliance on services which have a worse outcome for residents? There are other aspects to the proposals today which continue to fail to look ahead and which we can't support. Firstly, the reduction in ecology expertise and in the climate emergency team stands out as extremely short-sighted when we know that developing net zero opportunities will save the council money and provide economic opportunities to our people, and that there is an opportunity with the new biodiversity net gain requirements for ecologists to be worth their weight in gold, both by protecting and recovering nature and by realising the cashable benefits involved in the new regulations. Secondly, our proposal to look at reducing costs by developing the skills to use a decarbonisation and local spending lens through procurement gets a partial mention, but without any strategy details that reassures us that this won't simply be making cuts and justifying them as somehow being carbon savings. Thirdly, we're really concerned that the housing revenue account, which shows a deficit of £4 million next year, is heading into bankruptcy. Fourthly, we also consider some of the saving lines to be extremely speculative. On green waste charging, yes, we recognise the social equity case for this and the potential reduction in waste arisings and increasing costs in composting this could bring. But we were told in 2022 that this could raise 600,000 in year 2. So we're a bit sceptical of the new claim that it will raise 4 million in year 1. And then finally, and it's already been referred to, perhaps line RC080 is the most speculative and the most worrying for staff. 8.5 million savings proposed by reviewing and resizing overall council staffing beyond those listed elsewhere. Part of the annual pantomime around budget involves the portfolio holder and leader saying, where are your ideas then? As if it was him and her and their fellow cabinet members who came up with the 130 or so lines of savings in this budget book. This year we were challenged with finding savings of 23 million, which we had a go at based on a 30-minute meeting with a member of the finance team, only to hear weeks later that the whole was now 50 million. Oh, and then a couple of weeks after that it was 62 million. Clearly, something is out of control. The most likely thing is the unit costs in adults and children's services, though when Councillor Buckley asked for a breakdown of the causes of the spiralling costs, this wasn't available. Yet we see no specific proposals to address these. Labour at least have identified the likely problem, even if their proposed solution, taking overall social care provision, was probably both a blunt instrument and a non-runner within one financial year. But the administration don't have any answer for this either, probably because they aren't even yet clear about the nature of the problem. So we would vote against this budget, but ask instead that the administration return to the council in time to set a balanced budget with fresh proposals, as follows. So this is our amendment. Firstly, we call on the Cabinet to allow in some fresh air. Ideally, we would like to see a shift to a committee system, which enables councillors from all parties, including the many Conservatives that we don't see between one full council and the next, to really contribute to decision making. But for now, we call on the portfolio holders to establish standing cross-party working groups to help develop proposals. Our scrutiny system has taken steps forward, but is really not fit for purpose to deal with the scale of the problem. Other councils use these, and we have groups for the local plan and to address the recent Ofsted report. This is a better option than relying on PwC to tell us what other councils are doing better. But we accept that our current capacity is so run down that we probably still need them, just not at the scale proposed here. Secondly, we want to see a redistribution of the capital strategy so there is a real investment in infrastructure that can make care local, that can make caring a better option for local workers, and that can prevent residential care, wherever possible, by investing in family centres and independent living hubs that provide better, earlier support. Thirdly, we want to see a commitment to rapidly developing an asset disposal strategy. If the council is going to have to downsize, then we must have a strategy that ensures that communities, community land trusts, parish and town councils are given the opportunity and the support to take on these assets in such a way that they continue to be available to the people of Shropshire. And we know that many of the parish and town councils are up for that. Finally, we think the Equalities Impact Assessment in this report is woefully inadequate. It recognises that the service reductions will have an impact, but it does not even scratch the surface in understanding these impacts or the possible knock-on impacts which could rebound on our finances. So we need to see a proper investigation into the impact of these cuts on the most deprived areas and on disadvantaged groups. So I call on you to support our amendments, to get the administration to come back to us with a better proposal in the short time that they have. And if that amendment falls, then I'm afraid we will be voting against this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And who will be seconding that amendment? Councillor Kerr Duncan. Thank you very much.
I reserve my right.
Right, that was going to be my next question. Dean. Councillor Dean.
Thank you very much, Chairman. There's a couple of things that I wanted to pull out of that. Firstly, a comment that was made about the housing revenue account. And I would like to reassure Council and anybody listening out there, the housing revenue account is not heading for bankruptcy. The use of reserves this year was planned investment, including to help achieve net zero targets, as well as to accelerate some of the housing delivery programmes, so that we can continue to deliver and deliver more affordable housing units within the housing revenue account for the people of Shropshire. So that's the first thing. The HRA is not in financial difficulty. The use of reserves was planned and controlled. The second thing refers directly to item number 2 on the amendment, proposal number 2 on the amendment. Now, when we're funding capital programmes, and we'll take for a moment and just assume that the capital programme is whatever a member envisages they want it to be, whatever that is, it still needs to be funded. And the predominant method of funding capital expenditure is through capital receipts, i.e. by the disposal of assets no longer required. My real serious concern about proposal number 2 is that if we were to offer every property, first and foremost, as this almost seems to suggest, community assets, and community asset transfers of some description appears to be what's implied by this, then we would, at a stroke, starve the capital programme of the capital receipts needed to fund it. And that wouldn't be a sustainable situation. So I can't support this amendment, and I encourage you to vote it down.
Thank you. Councillor Parry.
I've sat here and listened to everybody go on about different things. I wanted to put my little bit in because the leader of the council says we do not have endless reserves. And also looking at the strategy itself over the weekend and last week, I noticed that on 4.12 it says it's most urgent that the level of our overall reserves have been reduced and at an accelerating pace. And so spending reductions in 24-25 must both be reduced and service delivery to a more sustainable level of cost. Yes, we all know that. But the thing is, years ago, and I have been on this council an awful long time, I remember that we had a leader who did not put the council tax up for 9 years. Not if we'd have had 1 or 2% in those 9 years, we might have had better reserves that we have now. I know it's only a small point, but to me that's one of the most interesting parts about this strategy that's come up this year. I believe that we as a council, a Conservative council at the moment, should have taken that into consideration a long time ago, and maybe we wouldn't have been in the state we are at the moment.
Thank you. Duncan, no other hands. You have reserved your right.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I think we probably just need to take a little bit of cognizance about what we're actually talking about when we talk about these services. If I take you back to the Ofsted letter, which the Council received regarding children's services, Ofsted noticed a deterioration in the quality of social work practice, serious and widespread systemic failings, leaving children at risk of inadequate protection and significant harm. I don't think there's anything this Council does which is more important than safeguarding children. And if that is not at the heart of our considerations when setting the budget, then we are not meeting our obligations. So what does this budget actually propose? Well, you can see the stresses that come through when you look at the budget for residential placements for children being proposed is 50% higher next year than it was last year. It was gone from 15 million to 23 million. And you don't have to be a genius to say, well, what will it be the following year? Because it isn't suddenly going to decrease. It's gone up 50% one year, probably the following year it will continue to rise. So against that, what are we actually doing? Well, the budget proposes we'd hope to see an increase in children's early help, because the way of keeping families and children out of care is to offer families help at the earliest opportunity. But no, the budget proposes a £400,000 cut in early help.
So this isn't prudent financial planning at all. This is kicking the can down the road. And it is leaving children in a position where they are at risk, high risk. There is an alternative. You've heard that other authorities, other conservative authorities, we know an lot about, well, the opposition would say this, these are other conservative authorities who put their dogma aside and actually realise the best way of providing residential care in their areas is to actually provide it in-house. Our children's residential care capital is just 300k. What we're asking for is just 2 million to go into that capital. We've shown where it's coming from, so it's not the comments of Councillor Cowell, I think, are misplaced. It is manageable within that. We've found where the savings can come from, and it gives us an opportunity to start to turn that around. But we can see this dogma in other areas as well. 3 years ago, when we were all in a theatre, I proposed a waste minimisation strategy. I remember the leader that said, at the time, we can't possibly have that because I've looked into this, and some councils who have a waste minimisation strategy end up charging for green waste. Well, kick the can down the road 3 years, here we are, charging for green waste, and we still don't have a waste minimisation strategy. There's many other things we could do to reduce our costs and save carbon in a waste minimisation strategy than just charging for green waste. None of those have been explored. We put them to you in the last budget. We were asked for our ideas. They were rejected then, they seem to be rejected now. So it seems that we've got a dogmatic approach which is just failing to actually manage the council in the interests of the community. It is a very bleak time, and it is a very bleak government as well, but the LGRU have just done a survey of leaders, and if I said to the leaders how many councils are at risk of going into Section 114 in the next year, I have no idea what our leader said. I imagine she probably said there is a risk. I think we'd all say there is a risk. How many councils do you think are in that similar boat to us? 50%? 60%? No, it's 10%. So there are issues, but there are councils who have dealt with it far, far better. And in the same survey, they asked those councils, what is the biggest lever you're using to meet this? And the biggest lever was to transfer assets. Transfer assets to parish councils, community groups. I'm on a town council. We've been trying for 5 years to take on a liability from Shropshire Council called the Centre so we can actually increase the services there. We still haven't got there. It takes like pulling hen's teeth, pulling back teeth, whatever the phrase is, to try and get Shropshire Council to recognise it is no longer the best person providing parks and other facilities right across the county. There are other partners there who are willing to take them on, but for what? I don't know. I have struggled to understand what the barriers are. Every other council seems to have understood this as a sensible way forward to open up a dialogue, not part of this budget at all. So I think there's too many waste opportunities. It's too easy to just play politics with this. I think our proposals don't do that. They do identify genuine areas of concern and genuine areas of savings, and I'd ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you. Well timed. Leslie, again, as the original proposer, you have the right of reply on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Dean, I can't support this amendment, and there's a couple of reasons why. Firstly, and I do want to get this out there because I don't want people outside of this to not think that we put children at the very heart of our agenda. I'm actually quite offended by the comments around that. But I said earlier on in our speech, we are looking at a mixed economy. We are continuing to roll out our own children facilities. Less than 10% of our children are actually in care facilities. Most of them, thank God, are in family settings, which is where they should be. But when we do these facilities, we do them carefully and we do them correctly, and they are all ranked outstanding by Ofsted. So we absolutely are doing that. What am I going to do with 2 million in 1 year? It doesn't work that way, Councillor Dean, Councillor Kerr. We absolutely need to do it piece by piece. The other thing I just want to point out is when this administration came in 2.5 years ago, we actually put money back into preventative services. That was something that we were really clear on this side of the chamber. You know, I'm going to be a bit pernickety on this. I don't think you can require Cabinet to do anything, frankly. But I am quite happy for us to look at working across the piece when we come to consider things going forward. But unfortunately, if I accept this amendment, then I have to have a new set of papers with you by Sunday, and we have to have a full council meeting next week because of the council tax bills going out. That is not feasible. So I'm sorry, Councillor Dean, I will be suggesting that we vote this amendment down.
Okay. Well, you have heard the discussion. You have the amendment as put forward by Councillor Julian Dean and seconded by Councillor Duncan Kerr. All those in favour of supporting it, please show. Keep your hands up. They need to check and double check. No, you can't put two up. Okay, those against, please show. That's 39 against. Abstentions? Just the one. I thought as much. Thank you. Okay, that amendment has also fallen. So, we're back to, that's the amendments dealt with.
Could we have the numbers as it was part of the budget debate, please?
Yeah, all right, Roger. I think it was 28-39 and one abstention.
It was, that's what we
if that's what I heard whispered correctly. So 28 for, 39 against and one abstention. Okay, happy with that? Good. Okay. I'm looking round the room. We're back onto the main part. Julia.
Thank you. I want to come back on what's just happened with two amendments. At the start of this budget discussion, the leader of this council told us that she's heartbroken.
If you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
Point of order being...
I haven't had my 10 minutes yet.
Oh, yes, no, I absolutely do apologise. There was me assuming that, yes, go on.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Julia, sorry, I'll bring you back in straight away afterwards.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'm not going to take the whole 10 minutes anyway. Just want to make a couple of points. One of the bad things about being the last one to speak is everybody's covered all of the territory by the time it comes round to me. So
well, that's a good thing.
I haven't, well, it is, and I'm sure everybody will be delighted that I haven't prepared a speech, and I'm not going to be overtly political. First of all, Chair, I'd thank you for agreeing to split the vote, because we are, as I'm sure everybody else in the room is, aware that we need as much money coming in as possible. So we will be supporting the council tax increase. Unfortunately, we do not feel the same way about the financial strategy. I had sympathy with both of the two amendments, but I've been in the job long enough to know that today isn't the day for that. Both very good ideas, but should have been done 6 months ago. And I can't resist the feeling like the leader that we're hearing about it today for political reasons and not because there's any great hope of success. But my issues with the capital strategy lie more in the capital element, although obviously I'm not happy about the recycling centres, not happy about the green waste. But again, I've been around long enough to know that the revenue items could all be changed tomorrow, because at the end of this process there's going to be a delegation, and that's the way the capital strategy, the revenue strategy works. My concerns are over the capital really have much to do with what the Greens were just talking about. We have become blinkered. We are continually following what was decided 7, 8 years ago. And the world has changed. In that capital strategy, we've got tens of millions for a multi-agency hub. 4 years ago, we decided not to proceed with the refurbishment of this building because it was going to cost half of that amount. Now we're thinking of spending double, and I can't support that. Shopping centres have already been mentioned, bought at a high cost, and many, many more tens of millions now to be spent on them. And this is 7 years down the line. 7 years ago, they were bought, and nothing has yet been done. So I just cannot support it. But I do sympathise with the plight that the administration finds itself in. But really, we knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. I found earlier this morning my notes from 2020, when on this day in 2020, that strategy was being discussed. And I can remember saying on that day that by 23-24, we would be looking at a gap of £50 million. And sure enough, we were. So it's not that you didn't know it was coming. And I think the Greens were quite right. The capital should have been spent differently. We should be in a position where we are operating far more care facilities than we are. And I say, for that matter, that reason, I'm afraid I'm going to have to vote against the second part of the financial strategy. But I would welcome any opportunity, as I'm sure the others would, to be a part of a process where things were done much sooner. And just one last closing comment, and I know the leader said about people making political points and all the rest of it, and yes, we do. That's the nature of the game. And if you don't want the points to be made, then you should speak to us during the year. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Less than half the allotted time. Julia.
Yes, sorry, just to reprise. At the start of this debate, both the leader, Leslie Picton, and the portfolio holder, Gwilym Butler, said to all of us that no councillor wants to be here to make people redundant. Leslie said that she's heartbroken that we have to make these decisions, and Gwilym said that he's open to any alternatives and all suggestions. When we brought forward our alternative, Gwilym has to vote against it because he agrees with it. And Leslie has to vote against the Green proposal because she can't possibly hold a meeting next week. What possible reason is there not to save 300 jobs when you agree with it and you don't want to hold another meeting? These are political choices. We gave you a way out to save those jobs. We couldn't have done it any earlier, Leslie Picton, because you didn't tell the members of this council any earlier how many jobs were at risk. When we entered into the alternative budget, you did not tell us that you would be sacking 300 people. And that, I'm afraid, is shame on you. Double shame, because you have chosen not to save those jobs. It was a political choice, and this is the reality of the Conservative Council.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Boddington.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to concentrate on one point, which is the closure of the housing list to no entrance, except for those who are statutory homeless. And I am concerned this will take a lot of the flexibility out of housing management and of management of social homes. The housing associations have a duty to house not just those who are statutory homeless, who clearly get the top bands of priority on Home Point, but they also have a duty to house other families who cannot find suitable accommodation. And I know of a lot of families who are in unsuitable accommodation who would be excluded by this. So a family that's just about to have twins and that they will need to move in somewhere. Now in Ludlow almost certainly means actually moving out of the private rented sector and finding somewhere suitable. Their home is unsuitable. I mean, I think it's unsuitable for a couple of adults, let alone a couple of children. So we need that flexibility in decision to be able to make decisions about how we manage the housing stock. And I do have a specific question. Have housing associations been consulted on this proposal? Because a lot of the stock is actually not owned by Shropshire Council, but by other housing associations across the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Vasmer.
Thank you, Chair. There is something inevitable about our meeting today. Ever since I first got elected in 2017, the Conservatives have pursued policies which rubbish their much vaunted claim to be financially responsible. It may not have been as financially destructive as at a local level when compared to the economic chaos created by Liz Truss's brief premiership. But the decision of Conservative councillors, including many who still sit here today, to buy 3 shopping centres in Shrewsbury at an exorbitant 51 million lives long in the memory of Shropshire residents. Just as Conservative councillors ignored our warnings over the purchase of the shopping centres, we have over many years warned that this council was heading for bankruptcy, but our views were dismissed. The budget was under control, they said. But every year planned savings were not achieved, and each year there was a further dip into the reserves. Still, we are sure that there was no problem. Even in July of last year, reports suggest that the year-end position of the general fund balance will be 7.1 million, and this was 50% of the recommended minimum level. But this is not where our Conservative colleagues. Councillor Butler was quoted as saying, however, unlike many other councillors in similar situations, we are robustly prepared with a clear understanding of the challenge and a detailed plan to tackle this. Now we're in a position where the general fund balance is predicted to be 1.63 million, well below the danger level identified in July of last year. And yet Councillor Butler is not concerned. He's quoted as saying, but I'm also exceedingly confident that the fact that as part of our plan moving forward, on the 1st of April, those reserves will be repopulated up to about 30 million. It's difficult times, but we're in control and we have a plan to move it forward. But that's no more than a paper exercise and dependent on the draconian savings identified in next year's budget. Let's be clear, this council is heading for bankruptcy, and the current Conservative administration must take most of the blame. However, MPs in Westmead have made the situation much worse by refusing to fund Shropshire properly and voting through financial settlements for government that failed to take account of ever-increasing demand for social care. And I put a challenge to Councillor Picton. Our MPs, the Shrewsbury and Atcham MPs, voted 5 times to cut local government funding. The MP for Ludlows voted 6 times to cut local government funding. So will I assume that she will not be supporting them in their campaigning and that she will actually be attacking them and asking them to actually vote for better funding for local governments in future years?
Thank you. Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. The budget document is a complex document and therefore potentially difficult for some members of our communities to understand all of its implications and in particular what it will mean to their lives, families and neighbourhoods. This is further compounded as the detail around how the savings will be delivered are not included in the papers. Quite rightly, for some of the savings proposed, there's going to be a second stage of an equality impact assessment concluded. Should this second stage identify severe impacts on vulnerable residents and protected characteristics, can the portfolio holder clarify how those savings will still be implemented, or if they will, and if there are any mitigation measures identified, or the worst case scenario, will those savings be profiled to other service areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to come back to Andy Boddington, Councillor Boddington's question and point around line T0006, which is limiting access to the housing register for a fixed period to focus upon priority need cases. That is not, strictly speaking, restricting it only to people with a statutory homelessness duty. That is limiting it for a period of about 12 months to people who would be in one of the priority bands for the housing system. So it's a wider group of people than simply those for whom we owe a statutory homelessness duty. The other important things to factor into that is, as we operate a choice-based letting system and people are able to bid on properties through Home Point, it does happen that sometimes priority individuals are passed over for a variety of reasons in favour of those much lower down the list with a far lower need for housing, who I would sometimes categorise as maybe aspirational, not with housing aspiration, not with a housing need at this moment in time. So, for the next 12 months, the proposal is we focus on those with an actual and genuine housing need, and the small, modest saving target against that recognises the fact that by prioritising those people who are in need, who quite often are also in receipt of other council services, by helping accelerate them through the housing process and into settled accommodation, that then reduces the pressures on temporary accommodation and some other council services. Like I said, it's a fixed term. It's something that a lot of councils around the country have done at various times. And that is the rationale behind it. But it is, importantly, not just for those at risk of statutory homelessness, it's for those who have a priority housing need.
Thank you. Right, I've got Councillors Rachel Connolly, then Heather Kidd. And then I'll bring in another couple, and then I'm going to head towards the votes, because that's going to take us a while, because we've got to split them. Hold on. Stick your hands up if you're speaking. Some people are putting their hands up and assuming I've seen them. Right. I think I've got everybody, but if I haven't, just let me know at the end. But as I say, I'm going to take 4 or 5 more speakers now, and then I think we're going to start heading towards the vote. We do have other things on the agenda we need to get through, and we are splitting the vote at Roger's request and my acceptance. That wasn't me. Okay. Rachel, maybe.
Thank you. This is just a small, well, not small, a specific point on the budget in Appendix 2. An investment of £4.5 million to revitalise the High Street in Bridgnorth and the town's public realm was approved at full council in February 2022. This investment was identified in the Priority Capital Scheme schedule. I'm disappointed to see that the investment in Shropshire's third largest town, agreed by full council, has been removed from Appendix C in the Priority Capital Scheme schedule and appears to have moved from medium to long term as identified in 8.12. And I quote, "Those not included on Appendix C will provide a set of aspirational pipeline projects for consideration and development over the longer term, 2029 to 2030 onwards." This means investment agreed at full council in 2022 seems to have been pushed back to 2029/2030 at the earliest, something that the people of Bridgnorth will be very disappointed to hear, as our town is crying out for investment and they feel that they are often overlooked in favour of other areas of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I've got Councillors Heather Kidd, Roger Evans, Dan Morris, Andrew Sherrington, Rosemary Dartnell. And then I'm going to go back to the seconder and then back to the proposer. Okay? So, Heather.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is a really sad day for this council. A very, very sad day for the council. It's deeply depressing that we've got to this point. And I do remember sitting in a room having a presentation from the Director for Finance several years ago saying that this would be happening this year unless things changed. I think I may even have a copy of those slides somewhere. Since we knew all that time ago, and it was before lockdown, that this was going to happen this year, I presume that everybody was hoping that government would suddenly start valuing local government. It has not happened, and in fact they've continued to squeeze us. Sitting on the LGA as I do, I see this time and time again, and it is cross-party, that actually we are continually undervalued, and I have no idea how this government thinks that many of the services that we are absolutely statutorily responsible for, but also those non-statutory services that really affect the lives and the health and well-being of our residents are going to be delivered without the funding we need. It is appalling. And long ago, we should have been mobilising the public to actually make a real difference, because it's public opinion, rather than councils, that actually make a difference to our politicians sitting in Westminster. We've been quiet. We have not made the fuss we should have done, the fuss that has been made in the past, where I can remember marching for education funding and so on within the county town. So there are a number of things that I would have done differently, and I wouldn't have been quiet. I acknowledge that that is difficult for a Conservative council to do that to a Conservative government, but it doesn't mean it shouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have got to this position if that was the case. I do think that in an area where actually we are now facing residents, especially in rural areas who've already got less services, being denuded of many more, if we're not at all careful, that actually there should have been proper cross-party working that we have not seen. The devil is in the detail of all of those cuts, which are actually named, which is the first time I've seen that level of detail actually in a budget paper, which is refreshing, but actually what happens underneath that is the important thing. And how we begin to look at those options so that they actually don't have the level of real despair that they could actually create for our communities. So, will we start to work differently? I can't see that since we have a 2025 election coming up that anything's going to change. But actually, it's never been more important to actually look at ways of mitigating some of the things that are going to happen. One of the things I'm really concerned about that actually can make a real difference to the way we work here and how we make decisions is the scrutiny. There are many other things that actually appall me that we're looking at, really appall me, but I will do this one because probably no one else will. Good decision-making actually needs good challenge, proper constructive challenge. We're taking £100,000 out of that. Does that mean the statutory scrutiny officer will disappear? So, looking at all of these lines, whether it's waste, whether it's leisure centres, where I gather that actually we've already made people, given them notice of redundancy in some areas. Church Stretton, I've been told. I am really concerned that actually we begin to, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I've been told by a member of staff. So, can we please begin to look at these so that we mitigate these things across the board? We begin to make loud noises, not just from the LGA, but actually from Shropshire, because this is not good enough. We are paying more and more in council tax, and we're paying to the hilt. And the public are viewing spending on knocking down shopping centres, on consultants, on a whole range of things. They are viewing this very, very badly. We need to change.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans. Yeah, you're Roger Evans, I think.
Sorry, Chairman.
Is there anybody else here? No, you, definitely you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just making note of some of the pages I wanted to make reference to. But first of all, in the speech earlier on, the leader made comments about our alternative budget and our supposed acceptance of the cuts that were being made then. No, we didn't. We said there was such a lack of information that it was not possible for us to make any constructive, thoughtful decisions on it. We realised the council had problems and would have contributed to it if we had been informed. And we see the number of changes that have actually been made between the December Cabinet meeting and the budget before us today. Very, very much greater, improved, increased, whatever words you want to use on the cuts. 4.5 pages of them. And I learned a few minutes ago that the T0006 limited access to the housing register is now going to be for 12 months. I heard on the radio as well about strategic decisions, strategic policy changes would come to council, would come to the appropriate body. Who has ever said that only strategic policy decisions would be taken to members? Members are being totally ignored by this administration. A good example is the pest controllers. A decision was made to abandon that totally, and members only learnt about it through the media. Is that the way for members to be informed of policy decisions that this council is making? It's a minor policy decision. It is in the interpretation of the beholder what is major and what is minor. And to me, any decision which changes policy should be tested, at least amongst group leaders, if not all, everybody, to see if there was any dissension, any further discussion. Representations made to government. Back in prehistory, when we were in a condition like this, all the group leaders, all the groups worked together and made common representations to council, made common representations to government. I can remember going down to Downing Street with a coffin, accompanied by the Conservative and the Labour leaders and all the other members who wanted and could attend, to show what we thought of that government's proposals with local government. This council has decided to make its own representations without involving others. That to me is a failure. And really, in the light of these cuts, in the light of the situation that this council is in, there should be more cross-party discussion, because the problems that the residents of Shropshire will be facing if these take place, and I don't know what a lot of them actually mean. I do say thank you for providing a little bit more information, but if this council votes these cuts through, that will be taken, the policy has been made. Those changes can be implemented without any further discussion. That's what's happened in past history. Consultation with members of the public? Maybe, but it will go that the council have agreed to make these cuts. No, we haven't. All we've got is a single line, and as was said a little bit earlier on, a little bit more information, limited access to the housing register, 12 months. Nobody will be admitted to the housing register, if I heard correctly, unless they're in a priority.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. That's incorrect and clearly not.
Right. Okay. No more points of order, please. It's an incorrect point of order. It's nothing unlawful about that, and there's nothing about breach of protocol there. So,
thank you, Chairman. That was my understanding of it, and
well, I've had to explain it to you quite well, haven't I, over the years,
42 seconds, Chairman. Even though I was interrupted in the speech without your permission. I've raised points of order similar to that and have been refused.
And I've just refused that one, Roger, so all's fair in love and war.
I was not even allowed to speak, Chairman, but yeah, I'm now running out of time. I do not support this.
I'll give you an extra 30 seconds, how about that? But
thank you. I do not support this, and I'm surprised that anybody outside of the administration would support it. We are being bullied into accepting 4.5 pages of cuts without the information there which would enable us to make an informed decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You've still got 24 seconds left if you want them. But if not, I thank you on behalf of us all. Okay, Dan Morris.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the shopping centres mentioned a couple of times. Well, these were bought for place shaping reasons as well as for other reasons. So,
point of order, Chairman.
Right. Yeah. Let's get through this, please, and then you can all make as many point of orders as you want, bouncing up and down the stairs while having a coffee as you like while we have a break. So, but I want to get through this agenda item now. I think we've given it a really, really good thrashing around. So
the shopping centres were bought with place shaping in mind, as well as other reasons. And so I do ask what the opposition parties who keep mentioning it, what would they rather do? See the Riverside slip into managed decline? We keep hearing that all the time. And then Councillor Leslie Picton, the leader, is quite right. If you have a fantastic idea for the budget, the time to bring it is at the alternative budget process. And even if you hadn't had it then, 2 weeks before or 3 weeks before today. But no, it's chosen. You can only then speculate for the reasons that the idea was brought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Sherrington.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give you 2 minutes on what I'm seeing in terms of fact and fantasy. To support Councillor Connolly, the fact is that my electorate consider themselves to be second-class citizens when it comes to representation in this chamber, and especially when it comes to capital investment. We can see tens of millions invested in Shrewsbury, and it would appear that the people of Bridgenorth can't even get their hands on £300,000. And it's a fantasy to assume that they do not feel it and it does not reflect in their voting intentions. Fact, in your paper on the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road funding delegation, up until the end of Q3, the officer or the executive director in place had authorised an overspend on that project of £300,000, and that was to the end of Q3. We're now nearly at the end of Q1 2024, 6 months later on. How much further overspend has there been? Fact, it's overspent. Fantasy is in the budget papers to have a line that says that Highways is going to save £2 million from cross-directorate savings. Nobody understands what that means. It's a placeholder. So let's be clear when pejorative terms about fact and fantasy are being bandied about, that we understand that it is a factual responsibility of the opposition in this place to reasonably question any of the decisions made. And it is a fantasy to say, we are going to bring forward cuts in place in staff that is only now presented and hasn't been discussed beforehand, and then say, well, why didn't you know this, that you didn't have the power of foresight to see that this was going to happen so that you could bring forward a suggestion to countermand it. If we're going to have proper discussion in this place, let's have proper discussion in this place. And if we're not, let's say that we're not, and admit to all of our electorate that we do not allow proper representation oversight here. Make up your minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, with an election in 14 months, residents have the ability to change their representation. So, okay. Rosemary Dartnell. And then I'm going to bring Alan in at the end because he has been waving frantically and has not taken up as much time as he used to. And then I'm going to go, as a former leader, and then I'm going to go back to the seconder and then back to Leslie. So, Rosemary and then Alan.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask the leader or the portfolio holder, please, to clarify the proposed cuts to 2 areas that are fundamental to the Council's operation? At RC 044, to resize the climate change mitigation team. The team is small and it operates a function that must reside in the heart of all council function. And secondly, what will be the impact of the proposed ICT spending cuts at RC 072 in relation to the Council's exposure to the ever-present and serious risk of cyber attack?
Thank you. And I'm going to finish with Alan. No, Julia, I said I was going to finish with Alan, sorry. So, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, I've often spoken at length in these sort of debates over the years, as you're aware, and I've been relatively quiet so far, but I'm just going to express my sense of deja vu that Roger was expressing previously, that we've said all this, we've been through this before, but this time it does feel different. It feels that the council is on the verge of a total collapse, and in fact is on the verge of being taken over by external forces. That sounds a bit extreme, but you know what I mean. I still get the sense, though, that this budget is a bit of a wing and a prayer budget, despite trying to wrap it up in fine words and intent. Wing and a prayer in terms of our experience at the Transformation Task and Finish group, where we heard some words from PricewaterhouseCoopers, who were telling us how they were coming in and filling gaps in our expertise, and we were a bit taken aback by how naive the council had been in the past in terms of some of the contracts we'd entered into and how we could improve on this in the future. But their work is still a work in progress. We also heard that internally there are something like over 40 different, in inverted commas, transformation programs underway. And the important word there is underway. They were not completed. Now, I suspect that much of these savings and much of the words that's been spoken so far has been based on transformation initiatives or experiments that are currently underway. So I'd like some assurance that these savings are achievable. I don't want them to be achieved where they involve cuts in services, but you're purporting to represent a situation where services will not be significantly reduced except where you are coming clean and saying so. I don't understand some of these things. Perhaps I can have some clarification. RC 080, review and resize the overall council staffing beyond those listed elsewhere. Could we have some clarification about what that particularly means? Is it a sort of general, a catch-all phraseology to mean you can make redundancies anywhere you want to? RC 086 says efficiency savings across all areas of the council, including paying attention to securing reduced carbon emissions within the supply chain. That's £12.4 million. What does that mean? And where do the reduced carbon emissions within the supply chain amount to that sort of extent? And then CM 007, £2 million to increase wider fees and charges above those mentioned specifically elsewhere. Where might those be? There is another one here that I've identified that I haven't got much of a clue about. £2 million is coming from RC 063, cross-directorate structural efficiencies and synergies alongside framework utilisation reductions. Does anybody know? Has anybody got a clue what that might mean? Look at it. Cross-directoral structural efficiencies and synergies alongside framework utilisation reductions. That's madness. I hope for an explanation, Leslie, when you sum up in this. To change the tune slightly, there is one that I think just about sums up how desperate the council is, because there's reference to withdrawing from the CCTV provision within Shrewsbury Town Council area. And I'm sorry to be parochial on this, but it is a major feature that people have appreciated over the years. I'm sure that once residents, visitors and people who work in the town will be aware that there's a chance that CCTV will be withdrawn, they will be absolutely horrified by that proposal. And anybody who's got residents that enjoy the facilities within the town, within Shrewsbury town, will also, by visiting, will also be horrified by that proposal.
Last 10 seconds. Or
Last 10 seconds. Well, I would just respectfully ask Leslie, in view of what she said at the introduction, the culpability of the central government, whether she is actually taking up the lead from David Basma, whether she is actually going to vote Conservative in the next general election.
Very good. Thank you very much. Finish with a bit of humour. Okay. So,
I was actually being very serious.
Yeah, I did kind of work that out. There we go. Okay, good. Simon, Gwilym, you seconded and reserved your right
Yes.
probably about an hour and a half ago. So.
Something like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try and pick up some of those points, as many as I can. Could I just put an ask out to members, if there are lines in that budget book that you do not understand, please email us and we will try and get the information to you via officers. And any emails that we get through will then be put on the member portal so everybody can see the answers to those questions in a transparent way, which I think is very important. If I can start on with Councillor Roger Evans and the Liberal Democrats, it's quite ironic, isn't it, that we're sitting here and they're going on that we don't have a plan. We've never had a plan. So it's interesting that if I hadn't had that plan, I wouldn't have put money into reserves last year or the year before to help us get through. We wouldn't have actually employed the consultants. And what have those consultants done? As part of a plan, they have delivered £41.3 million worth of savings. We would not have had the capacity or the innovation to do that without the external help. And that is all part of the plan. And yes, the plan is to put further reserves in on the 1st of April to enable us, when we have to face the £62 million of spending cuts in the next round, that we have a buffer to help us survive going forward. And that is part of the plan. The Liberals have also, for some unknown reason, this came out of Cabinet, they think we should actually know what inflation is going to be and what demand is going to turn up on the doorstep and the type of demand. And I do take it away with doing more work on that. But I have challenged Councillor Evans to let me know what inflation is going to be in September and our demand is, so we can actually put it in the budget book. Moving forward, talking about PwC, Councillor Evans actually chaired the Task and Finish group from the Transformation and Finance Scrutiny. And one of the recommendations in that was that we carry on working with PwC, but he actually stands in this chamber and has totally changed his mind. A bit ironic, but there we go. The capital strategy around shopping centres has been covered. I will say, for the Labour group, I welcome the amendment from the proposed amendment, in theory, from the Labour group, because it was constructive. It was another way of finding savings. However, I do not think at this stage it's been through human resources or finance to see how much we could achieve or whether it is achievable, and that's why I didn't want to be tied into knots, but I will take the ethos of that away. And can I say, members, we are facing £62 million worth of spending reductions next year, and that is the only thing that has come forward as an alternative, around £8 million. That part of the chamber...
Point of information, Chair, we put forward lots of
alternatives. Thank you, Julia. I was very clear at the beginning.
I'm talking today, Julia.
That you've had your chance and you've been given plenty of time.
And I will also say that I know at the alternative budget we're bringing care back into house. The Labour group wanted to pay £14 an hour, and I've worked it out. By the time you put 17% pension contribution, 13.8% employers' national insurance, and effectively you employ people for about 60 weeks a year by the time you give them holiday, sick pay and training. Out of that, we currently pay £21. Their costs would come to about £20.55. So that would give 45p for your premises, your management, your IT, your backup, your sick pay, your agency and your recruitment. So God knows how that's going to work, but I'll leave that one with you.
Julia, thank you.
This side of the chamber know how business works. Moving forward.
Right, excuse me, please.
I need to make one.
Thank you.
Conscious of time, there's lots of other things to go. Bridge North. Bridge North is very important to me. It's very important to this council. The scheme was originally detailed in the draft priority scheme scheduled in September 2023. Further work has identified that the original proposed funding, which included Section 106 and SIL funding, is unlikely to be realised as planned in the short term. And so the original scheme proposals is under review in terms of scope and content. The scheme remains in the capital strategy as an aspirational, and is the intended scheme included within the value of 175 million set out in paragraph 8.12. Once the scheme is clearly identified and appropriate funding is identified, when agreed with Bridge North, it can be redesignated as a priority scheme.
I will give you an extra 25 seconds now.
Chair, this is a point of legal order.
No, I'm sorry,
Chair.
Juliet. No, enough, please.
It's a legal point of order on this vote today on that precise point, because it was itemised in the aspirational programme. And
So,
the words Bridge North have been removed. So if members vote today for the words in that report, Bridge North will not be itemised as a separate investment. And that is a change. So I would like it to be noted.
That's fine. It will be noted, and I will check.
It will be noted that members understand.
Julia, that is it, please.
It's important.
No, I'm sure it's important, and we've got the gist of what you're saying, and I will take it up with Tim in a minute.
Thank you.
But I did not allow people to permanently interrupt you while you were speaking, and you were given a lot of opportunity to speak. Please allow the same for others. It's just common courtesy. Thank you. Gwilym, I will give you an extra 30 seconds from now.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the Bridge North scheme is very important to this council, and once it has been confirmed and identified and funding is available, it will go forward. Other issues. Ruth, please contact the portfolio holder direct if you have specific instances. Heather, I totally agree with you. I do not see any government of any colour coming up with solutions for social care or children's services across the country. So I don't know where we stand on that one. I'm going to leave it at that, Chairman, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
No, well, that's all right. And I'm glad you left it there, because you've gone on for an extra 5 seconds on top of the 30 that I gave you. Okay. Leslie, and please let's let Leslie have her time to answer the concerns and points raised. Thank you, Leslie.
I've got 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'm not surprised that the opposition continue to focus on the past, although, frankly, by now I thought you'd have been focusing on the present and the future. But there we go. Let me make it also very clear, because I don't want anybody in this organisation to think that we are not looking for other ways than to make any staff redundancies, okay? One of the things we said all along was, how can we mitigate the impacts? All of those options will be looked at. What I can't be doing with, and it's what Councillor Butler said just now, why bring proposals to this meeting? I can only assume, Councillor Morris said it, I can only assume for one reason you've brought those proposals to that meeting, because frankly, you could have emailed me yesterday, you could have emailed me the day before, but you chose not to. You chose to do it today, knowing full well that actually it's something that Gwilym and I would do, because that is in our interest. So, that's why I get really cross about proposals coming forward at the very last minute. I said in my speech that we will look at all the policy decisions. They will all have to come before Cabinet. They will be subject to consultation, Roger, with members, local members especially, and of course our residents. I'm not going to go into all the matters because some of those have been picked up individually, social care, PwC. Councillor Ruth Houghton, when those proposals come forward, and they will come forward to Council, there will be an ISA. It's at that point when we look at what the impacts will be. So that absolutely will be done. Councillor Kidd, there has been no redundancy issues, things issued to anybody, because no decisions have been made as to what that reduction in leisure provision looks like. Just leave it at that. Financial challenges we are facing are replicated across this country. And Councillor Kerr, if you looked at the actual percentages in top tier councils, the top tier percentage was a lot higher than 10%. And actually, does any leader actually want to say that their council is at threat of bankruptcy? Because I know one leader who's in a far worse position than we are, and I think they said they'd be all right. That, I think, is a really, really difficult question to answer. Are we going to be all right? Yes, I believe we are. Are these savings achievable? They are, with a lot of hard work, and that hard work's not just going to come from the offices, it's going to come across from the members as well. When it comes to national funding and national government, you know, we have heard lots of doom and gloom this morning. We really have. It is that sort of meeting. But I want to remind the Chamber that actually we do provide excellent services. We do work hard. Every single one of you works really hard for your constituents. I'm a bit worried about the councillor who said that his electorate wasn't being represented, but I'm sure that was just a turn of phrase. This is a good council. It does have committed officers. It does have elected members. Let's not forget that. But while we struggle with our challenges, I do call on the government. I do call on the government to take proper count of local government. I can tell you now, there's not one member on this side of the chamber who hasn't given our MPs an extremely hard time. And we should all be doing that. So I don't care what colour of government gets in next time, because I don't think that colour of government is going to make any difference. And as Councillor Dean said, I've heard nothing coming out of any of the parties that I think is going to take hold of the real issue, which is that for years local government has been underappreciated and underfunded. And we shouldn't stand for that. We absolutely shouldn't stand. We can't carry on living hand to mouth. We really cannot, because it's not fair on any of you in this chamber, and it's not fair on the officers either. We should continue to lobby, to impress, and I use that word in inverted commas, to impress on our politicians the value of local government. But actually, I don't want us to be a spectator in this either. Because I think, and Roger Evans, I don't disagree with you. I think actually we all need to make the point to our elective and prospective elected members that we will not and we cannot cope with this any longer. Mr. Chairman, I ask you that you put the vote.
Thank you. Right. So, as I said at the beginning, we are going to split this actually into two votes. The first part being on the council tax and the second part being on the medium-term financial strategy. Both will be recorded votes. So, in respect of the council tax, 3.1, there are 4 recommendations. So, Chief Executive.
Thank you. Roy Aldcroft.
4.
Jeff Anderson.
4.
Caroline Bagnall.
4.
Nicholas Bardsley.
4.
Joyce Barrow.
4.
Bernie Bentinck.
4.
Thomas Biggins.
4.
Edward Bird.
4.
Andy Boddington.
4.
Julia Buckley.
4.
Gary Burchett.
4.
Gwilym Butler.
4.
Dean Carroll.
4.
Steve Charmley.
4.
Ted Clark.
4.
Rachel Connolly.
4.
Gerald Dakin.
4.
Rosemary Dartnell.
4.
Steve Davenport.
4.
Mary Davies.
4.
Julian Dean.
4.
Jeff Elner.
4.
David Evans.
4.
Julia Evans.
4.
Roger Evans.
4.
Paul Gill.
4.
Rob Gittins.
4.
Nat Green.
4.
Kate Halliday. Simon Harris.
4.
Nigel Hartin.
4.
Nick Hignett.
4.
Ruth Houghton.
4.
Richard Huffer.
4.
Vince Hunt.
4.
Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
4.
Mark Jones. 4. Simon Jones.
4.
Duncan Kerr.
4.
Heather Kidd.
4.
Christian Lee.
4.
Hilary Luff.
4.
Nigel Lumby.
4.
Robert Macy.
4.
David Minery.
4.
Dan Morris.
4.
Pam Mosley.
4.
Alan Mosley. 4. Cecilia Motley.
4.
Peggy Mullock. Ian Nellins.
4.
Kevin Pardy. 4. Viv Parry. 4. Tony Parsons.
4.
Leslie Picton.
4.
Ed Potter. 4. John Price. 4. Chris Schofield. 4. Andrew Sherrington.
4.
Colin Taylor.
4.
Dan Thomas.
4.
Robert Tyndall.
4.
Edward Towers.
4.
David Vasmer.
4.
Alex Wagner.
4.
Claire Wilde.
4.
Brian Williams.
4.
Mark Williams.
4.
Rob Wilson.
4.
Thank you.
I'm not counting them. I'll get it wrong. You count them. Leslie. Can you read that? I see. Right. Okay, that is unanimous. I was just consulting on a couple of things. Julia is, before we move on to the second part of the vote, is saying that it is a legal point of order, and I will read what she's just sent to me, and then I can seek some clarification, and Julia can add something just to make sure we get this right, as we're legally and dutifully bound to do. It says, the written papers remove Bridge North as a named scheme. Gwilym is verbally assuring us that it is included. If members vote on the papers, it will not be included. Therefore, it needs to be stated as an amendment. Gwilym. And I'm doing this before we go to the vote, because it is the budget vote and we need to get it right.
The scheme was originally detailed as a draft priority scheme scheduled in September 2023, and it had an obvious business case. Further work identified that the original proposed funding is unlikely to be realised as planned in the short term, and so the original scheme proposals is under review in the term of scope and content. The scheme remains in the capital strategy as aspirational and intended scheme, included within the value of 175 million, as I said before, set out in paragraph 8.12. Now, Bridge North have not clearly identified that scheme yet, and appropriate funding therefore, and the business case has not actually been identified. So it remains as part of this capital strategy as aspirational. But you have my word that once that's actually been identified of what Bridge North wants and how much it's going to cost, it can then move forward as redesignated as a priority scheme. But I can't just put a priority scheme into something when it's a finger in the wind.
All right. So, Julia, I'm going to allow you 30 seconds just to say if that allays your concern, and then if it doesn't, I will consult with Tim as to whether we need to actually propose it as an amendment. I'm hoping we don't, because we are now at 12:30 and we have still not got halfway through the agenda. So Julia.
It's been a designated priority scheme for a year and a half. Rachel and I both sit on the Bridge North Partnership team. None of us have changed any of our views about the content of the scheme. Shropshire Council paused the consultation with the residents. That is the only thing that has changed. Nothing has changed. Gwilym has just used the words that it was deprioritised. The first we heard of that is when we couldn't find the name Bridge North on the list of schemes. We have not deprioritised it. With Gwilym, when he uses the word deprioritises, what he means is if we vote today,
I do get
it will be
thrust
removed.
of what you're saying.
If he wants to assure us that it is still on the list, the word Bridge North needs to be inserted. Members need to understand what our votes mean.
We've got it, Julia. All right. So it is Tim's opinion that the vote would be legal, and then it will become something between you. You've heard what Gwilym's had to say, where he doesn't, and officers don't feel they've had enough information. It doesn't impact what we're about to vote on. It's just a little bit of, well, a little bit, obviously a lot to you, and I get that. We are, however, going to move to the vote. Okay?
Prioritising funding from Bridge North.
Julia,
you are not stipulating it in the papers. You are hiding it, and you're asking members to vote it through. Not okay on any level.
Okay, thank you.
And Bridge North will not thank you.
Then I suggest you vote against it.
Willingly.
Okay. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Roy Allcroft.
For.
Jeff Anderson.
For.
Caroline Bagnall.
Against.
Nicholas Bardsley.
For.
Joyce Barrow.
For.
Bernie Bentig.
Against.
Thomas Biggins. Edward Bird.
For.
Andy Boddington. Julia Buckley.
Against.
Gary Burchett.
For.
Gwilym Butler. Dean Carroll.
For.
Steve Charmley. Ted Clark.
Against.
Rachel Connolly.
Against.
Gerald Dakin.
For.
Rosemary Dartnell.
Against.
Steve Davenport. Mary Davis.
Against.
Julian Dean.
Against.
Jeff Elner.
For.
David Evans. Julia Evans.
Against.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Paul Gill.
For.
Rob Gittins. Nat Green.
Against.
Kate Halliday. Simon Harris.
For.
Nigel Hartin.
Against.
Nick Hignett. For. Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Richard Huffer. Vince Hunt.
For.
Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
For.
Mark Jones.
For.
Simon Jones.
For.
Duncan Kerr.
Against.
Heather Kidd.
Against.
Christian Lee.
For.
Hilary Luff.
For.
Nigel Lumby.
For.
Robert Macy.
For.
David Minery.
Against.
Dan Morris.
For.
Pam Mosley.
Against.
Alan Mosley.
Against.
Cecilia Motley.
For.
Peggy Mullock.
For.
Ian Nellins.
For.
Kevin Pardy.
Against.
Viv Parry.
Against.
Tony Parsons.
Against.
Leslie Picton.
For.
Ed Potter.
For.
John Price.
For.
Chris Schofield.
For.
Andrew Sherrington.
Against.
Colin Taylor.
Against.
Dan Thomas.
For.
Robert Tyndall.
Against.
Edward Towers.
Against.
David Vasmer.
Against.
Alex Wagner.
Against.
Claire Wilde.
For.
Brian Williams.
For.
Mark Williams.
Against.
Rob Wilson.
Against.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just wait for the summons to be done. when I have given you the result, I will take the recess and we will recommence in here at exactly 1 o'clock. We're not going anywhere because you've not heard the results yet. Yeah, I assume you're interested in. I assume you're interested in the result. I'm just doing that so you can all scurry as soon as we've got them. Okay.
37 for and 32 against.
We have 37 for and 32 against, so it has passed. Thank you, members. And we will reconvene in here, and I will begin at exactly 1 o'clock. So if you're not here, you miss out on the excitement. which is the fees and charges 24-25. So I'm going to invite Councillor... All right, we're not quite live yet, so I'm getting ahead of the internet, apparently. All right, we're live now. Okay, item 7, fees and charges 24-25. We're going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, the portfolio holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities, to present the report, move the report and recommendations that they be received and agreed. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a 70-page document setting out the tariff of discretionary and statutory fees and charges for the year 24-25. Considerable work has been undertaken by officers to ensure that the values are both achievable and maximised in order to prioritise increasing income over reducing staffing. As part of the work undertaken, it became clear that some pages had inadvertently included transcription and other similar errors. These were corrected and republished to ensure that the information is correct for Council. It remains the case, as set out at paragraph 4.5 of the report, that the relevant portfolio holder, in consultation with the relevant executive director, may increase or decrease fees and charges during the year, depending on the overall level of revenues being generated. With that to say, Mr. Chairman, I would just move the recommendation 3.1.1 to 7. Thank you.
Okay, and I believe that's being... Claire, seconded by you, is it?
I'd like to formally second and reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Heather-Kidd.
I know you were expecting that nobody would speak.
I was, but I lived in hope.
Just a point. Fees and charges frequently don't actually have full cost recovery. And we see that all the time. And there are some areas that actually full cost recovery wouldn't cause hardship to certain areas, but they're capped by the government. I was wondering actually what we have done as a council to actually lobby government to change that, especially as now we're getting more and more things through the system to begin to start licensing and tightening up on licensing, whether it's vapes or shisha or a number of different things that I see come through the LGA, and it will put more and more stresses on our budget if we don't really lobby hard for full fee recovery in many of these cases.
Thank you. Okay, Duncan Kerr.
Yeah, just a question maybe for the portfolio holder. It's very tempting to just put out fees and charges by 5 or 10%, but we never get any information back on what that actually does to income. And I'm thinking here of some of the room hire, go back to St. Oswald Street. I mean, word on the streets, nobody would dare to hire those rooms at the current charge. You put it up 10%, does it actually produce 10% more income, or does it actually reduce income? And that'd be useful at some stage to have an analysis of what's actually happened when we put these charges out for room hire.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Sherrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very quick one. For those people who did not attend the briefing on IT in social care, I would recommend that you actually go along and have a look. And the reason I mention this in this context is twofold. The first one is that it forms part of something we've already discussed, which is savings in the budget, in terms of replacing people with IT in social care. But the second one is to ask the question as to whether that department has a charge-out rate, because I would consider that they are class-leading among English councils in terms of the implementation of IT in social care. And if we are to advise other councils, we should charge them for it. So if it's included, would you let me know, please, and if not, would you consider it?
Thank you. Looking for hands. Okay, Claire.
Thank you. I shall leave the answers to Gwilym. Thank you.
Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, I totally agree with you. I also, with the LGA, are putting those voices heard. We have seen some of the rates increase this year, especially around planning. and other areas, but in many areas they're not covering the costs. Also, with Duncan, I agree with you again. We need to be far more fluid, and that's when introducing the reports I mentioned that point about historically this council has only looked at fees and charges once a year in February. We'll now be looking at them on a regular basis. So if that room, as you suggest in Oswestry, is not being used, let's bring the rate down so it does get used and increases our income per se, for example. So it is all very valid points, and we will be looking at them on a more regularly basis. So where we aren't getting the income, how could we get the income? Or if we're getting a service that is used an awful lot, what would be the impact if we put it up a bit? Because the more income we can get, it will protect staff, obviously. Andy, totally get your point. I would recommend you put that in writing to the portfolio holder for social care or to Tanya Miles, and they'll get an answer for you, if that's okay. Thank you. I move the report, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so all those in favour, please show. Yeah, hands going up and down on that side. Okay, I've been told it's a clear majority, but I have also had certain instances where people have wanted hands counted. Are we happy to take this as a clear majority? All right, good. That's passed then. Okay, we'll move on to item 8, which is the Treasury Strategy for 24-25. So once again, I'm going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler to present the report and remove the report be received and agreed. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Gwilym Butler. This report sets out the plan for how the Council will handle its money in 24-25 and the rules it should follow. The report recommends for approval and asks you to agree with the plan and the rules for the money, including a delegation to the Section 151 officer to arrange to borrow money and pay back loans as they see fit, based on the best economic advantage. It also asks approval for the Section 151 officer to use foreign banks as set out and to finalise the loan deals with Cornovi Development Limited. The Treasury strategy set out how the Council will manage its money in and out. The Council follows the advice from experts, Link, and government guidance. It bases the borrowing amount on the projects that the Council wants to do and how much money it needs. It also sets the limits and the standards for the places where the Council can invest its money. It tries to save money by being smart with the cash and the loans. The report sets out how Cornovi Development Limited, CDL, and Shropshire Council have agreed to change the existing loan deals for the company. If approved, the two loan deals of 40 million and 35 million will be merged into a single one for 49 million, so no change to the previous decisions. CDL will use 7 million of this deal for a rental housing project, which is part of its plan for 2023. The report seeks permission for the Section 151 officer to finalise the loan deals within the CDL within that framework. Without more to do, Mr. Chairman, I move the report recommendations as set out in the report in 3.4.
Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Chairman, and reserve my right.
Okay. Brian, have you got anything you wish to say?
Yes, Chairman. I would like to stress that this report deals with the strategy, the way in which we manage our money. I would like just to draw attention to the way in which our team actually manage the day-to-day strategy to the advantage of the Council. The Council will realise that there is money flowing in and out every single day. Money for council tax, money for parking charges, money for from even small things like library fees. And there is money going out every day to pay the bills, to pay the salaries of our staff. And it is the Treasury Management team to maintain a float, a balance to ensure that there is always money available to pay our bills. And the way in which that Treasury strategy team actually manage the money and the way it is invested brings a significant amount of interest on that balance to the Council to the benefit of our revenue account. And I simply want to pay tribute to the staff of that Treasury management team for the way in which they manage our money, which is significantly better, as results show, than many other councils. They are a good team. They are making us money for the council, and I am pleased to draw attention to that team. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gwilym, do you wish to sum up on what Brian said?
I think enough has been said, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Good. Okay. All those in favour, please show. And that looks to be unanimous. Any against? Abstentions? It was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we will move then on to item 9, which is the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road funding delegation. So I'm now going to invite Councillor Dan Morris, the portfolio holder for Highways, to present the report, move the report be received and agreed.
Thank you, Chair. This report seeks authority to spend a further £16.981 million capital funding towards delivery of the North West Relief Road and updates previous forecasts around costs and required delegations up to the completion of full business case. The North West Relief Road is a critical and urgent project for the transport network and the economy of Shrewsbury and the wider region. Just to remind ourselves of the benefits: reducing congestion and journey times, improving air quality and public health, supporting economic growth and regeneration, enhancing the quality of life and the well-being of the local community by reducing the negative impacts of traffic, making roads safer and reducing rat runs. And the project will align, in part or fully, with the healthy economy, people, environment pillars within the Shropshire Plan. Anyone who's lived in Shrewsbury, as I have for 50 years, in or around Shrewsbury, as I have for 50 years, will remember the chaos that was before the A5 bypass, which was built to the south and east of Shrewsbury. The benefits of this road produced will be replicated by this the completion of the ring road. The additional budget delegation will enable Shropshire Council to complete the full business case process on time and to the required quality and standards, ensuring that the scheme's costs, benefits, risks and delivery plan are robustly and transparently assessed and presented. The main reason for the extra ask is the protracted planning permission process has given rise to the need to increase this delegation. This delay has taken place during unprecedented market inflation, which has also impacted the project at a higher rate and for longer than was envisaged, and has caused considerable cost pressure around the 2017 OBC cost estimate. Before I move the report, I'd like to preempt those councillors that still appear to have a problem discerning the function between capital and revenue funding. What is being asked of here is for capital funding, which has no impact on the revenue pressures that we are all aware of. I have recently received nearly 100 emails from those who don't support the North West Relief Road asking the council not to pass the funding delegation. It's actually a lot less than I was expecting, proving that it is very much a vocal minority that are doing all they can to stop the majority decision to build the road. All of them conflating capital with revenue. I would call on councillors to stop perpetuating that myth. I move points 3.1 to 3.2 in the report and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, and I believe that is being seconded by Councillor Dean Carroll, who is momentarily behind Peggy.
Formally second, Chairman, and reserve my right to speak.
So, thus far I have got Councillor Julian Dean and Councillor Nick Bardsley. Oh, crikey. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Keep your hands up. I can't write everybody's name down at once, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I really hoped that this paper would have been withdrawn, and I did write to ask for it to be withdrawn because I really think this is rather shocking. You'll be pleased to know I'm not actually going to re-rehearse all the arguments for and against the road. We all know where we stand on that. I just hope that members appreciate the risks involved with this proposal and appreciate the things we know now, but also the things we don't know. We know that there is still significant risk to the scheme. The conditions agreed at committee require considerable investigation work to be done, especially around the source of the town's drinking water, so much so that the Environment Agency argued that the scheme should never have come before the committee until the work was done. This could require a significant redesign for the whole scheme. The administration, as applicant, pushed the administration as planning authority to go ahead with granting permission anyway, without much justification other than get on with it, and the administration, as planning authority, surprisingly, agreed. We know that the Minister has made one statement that the outline business case costs would be covered. We also know that repeated attempts have been made to get more assurances from the Minister, because we know that that promise is pretty meaningless given the increases in costs since then. We know that there was an attempt to get a meeting to seek further assurances as recently as last Thursday, but that didn't happen. It seems the Minister couldn't manage a stop on his way to or from North Wales. I've cut out all the bit where I was going to talk about the other things we know about the road. I want to get to the nub of this. We should know by now what the administration think the road is going to cost. There is no way the approaches to the Minister have not involved a ballpark figure. But we, as councillors and the residents of Shropshire, are still being kept in the dark. We should, but still don't know, what concerns were brought to the Audit Committee last week when there was a debate, but in closed session, about the management of the scheme. We don't know whether the full business case is going to stack up. The outline business case gave a benefit to cost ratio of 5.16, but that was based on an economic uplift of just over £250,000 and a cost to government of £61 million. Clearly, as the costs get closer to the alleged economic uplift, and as the council is now relying on the government coughing up the lot, that ratio has dropped like a stone and is probably now well below 2. And the traffic modelling, which we contend was dodgy in the first place, given the experience elsewhere, was done pre-COVID. We don't know whether the current Minister would actually come through with the money, even if the full business case stacks up. We don't know, but can guess, whether the current government will be in power come the time when the full business case is submitted, currently slated for December. Today, the paper is asking for an extra 17 million from council funds. That is a punt on the scheme actually reaching a sympathetic minister and getting fully funded. If the bet doesn't come off, that's a 17 million debt, which, yes, will have to be accounted for on the revenue account. We will be having to pay back any of that money from wherever it's come from. Even worse, most of this spending is not on essential pre-commencement investigations or the completion of the full business case. It's incredible. It's on utilities diversion. Totally unnecessary until or unless the funding for the road is guaranteed. I'm going to wave around the outline business case document, which shows that an outline business case, this work was supposed to be done after the full business case is submitted, not before. So whilst our group will clearly vote against, I'm appealing to those of you who support the road, but who also presumably don't want to make Shropshire Council's precarious finances even worse, on the basis of a punt on the next election. Current odds for a Conservative majority are 14-1. Please either amend this proposal to slim it down to the essential work on the borehole investigation and preparing the full business case, which on my calculation, based on the paper, is actually less than 1 million, which you could then take, so you could get that to the full business case stage. Or, if you can't vote against, at least sit on your hands, to force the administration to come back with a proposal which is not a punt of more than £16 million on top of what is actually needed to be spent at this stage.
Thank you. Right. I've now got on my list, because there were a plethora of hands that went up very quickly, and they all went down at the same time. My shorthand is not good. In fact, it's non-existent. So I've got Nick Bardsley, Rosemary Dartnell, Caroline Bagnall, David Vasper and Steve Davenport. If your name is not there...
I want to speak on the audit aspects of this.
I did wave actually.
Well, I know, but I can't write everybody's name down, and if 20 people put their hands up, I can't possibly remember them all. Right. Okay. There are a number of hands now going up. I would urge people, though, to make sure that they don't repeat what a previous speaker has said, or even try and repackage it and get away with it. All right? So, okay. Nick Bardsley.
Thank you, Chairman. I moved to Mid Wales near Welsh Pool in the mid-1980s. Some of you here are old enough, as the Cabinet members mentioned, to remember what Shrewsbury was like then it would take at best 30 to 40 minutes to get through the town on the old bypass, Roman Road, etc. At weekends, you could double that time. It was miserable for someone like me who was simply trying to drive through. I can't imagine what it was like if you had to cope with the grinding traffic daily, week in, week out. When the southern bypass was opened in the 1990s, it was a great relief to me, and I'm sure most of those who lived in Shrewsbury at the time were delighted. I'm also old enough to remember when the M4 was completed and opened around Reading, and the A34 Newbury bypass was opened. Presumably today's opponents of the southern would have opposed the construction of the southern bypass 30 years ago. They would have preferred the appalling traffic congestion and pollution in the town to continue and grow, and the funneling of rat-run traffic through totally inadequate country lanes in the rural villages north of Shrewsbury, Rhine 11 Towns, Baschurch, Beaumer Heath, Montford Bridge, and to blight the lives of those who live there. This is a very worthwhile road scheme. It will greatly benefit our county town, but also a much wider area of Shropshire. In 5 to 10 years' time, when the new road has been open for a while, we shall, most of us I guess, wonder how we managed without it and why we took quite so long to get the job done. Thank you, Chairman.
Rosemary Dartnell.
Thank you, Chair. The government's argument for its major U-turn last autumn in cancelling the northern leg of HS2 was to halt capital investment that would benefit people in a focused area, to allow investment in wider transport across the country. One has to wonder at the fiscal carelessness of cancelling a project after so many hundreds of millions, if not billions of pounds, had already been spent. But the idea of benefiting more people and the wider economy is a fair one, and one of the long-standing arguments made by those who originally opposed HS2. A single gigantic national investment project against a backdrop of poor rail and bus networks in much of the country, used by, or should I say suffered by, the many millions of people who commute daily. One day we will know just how expensive this mid-delivery U-turn has been for the country's economy. There's an interesting parallel between the government's HS2 cancellation, money wasted in a halted project, and redistribution of the remaining investment so late in the day. Do we risk the same folly in Shropshire by proposing to run headlong, spending yet more millions of pounds preparing a tentative mega project that at Shropshire scale financially dwarfs all other plans and may never actually come to pass? Shropshire Council has demonstrated a ferocious determination to push ahead with this project, relying on ministerial statements to camera and hoping this will one day morph into full Department for Transport funding for a 4-kilometre road that the Council's own modelling demonstrates dubious benefit for a small proportion of Shropshire's roads. The prospect of a northwest road with no benefit to the daily travel inconveniences and difficulties faced by the vast majority of Slopians perfectly aligns with the government's justification for stopping HS2. Council is asked today to delegate a further 17 million on top of 27 million already spent. If colleagues approve this request, we will have authorised £44 million on an apparently uncosted project. The outline business case figure of 81 million is clearly a ridiculous price, but the portfolio holder and Shropshire Council are extremely coy about revealing even a current estimate of the final cost of the proposed road. Are we really expected to believe the portfolio holder doesn't have an idea of the final cost? Why is this such a carefully guarded secret? It seems elected members and the public who will pay for it are willfully kept in the dark, and we are now scheduled to see the full business case in December 2024. The proposed shopping list includes some interesting and high-price items, just short of £4 million for WSP advanced costs, £1 million for additional care works, 300,000 overspent in the previous delegation of funds, and the production of the full business case would cost just £180,000. 9.5 million of the 17 million requested today is to cover the cost of moving utilities. Shropshire Council wants to spend a small fortune of public money moving utility routes to facilitate the construction of a potential project we have no guarantee will ever be able to proceed. It's the equivalent of buying a plot of land to build a house on and spending money landscaping the garden while hoping one day to magically have enough money to build the house. We are asked today to delegate spending 17 million on top of 27 million already spent on this highly uncertain project. I urge all colleagues with concern for fiscal responsibility, which applies equally to capital and revenue expenditure, to vote against this reckless spending proposal.
Thank you. Caroline Bagnall.
Thank you, Chair. I think, sitting here today, we've all heard that the Council is in dire financial straits. And here we are looking at a phenomenal amount of money being asked for the North West Relief Road, a project that many, many people feel very strongly against. This is a project that will perhaps, I listened to the previous speakers and, I accept that for people who live in the Shrewsbury area, it might be wonderful. It might make your journeys to your shopping centres shorter or quicker. It might be absolutely lovely. But for those of us who don't live in Shrewsbury, those of us who live in areas where funding for all sorts of things seems to be impossible to achieve, it does great to hear that, an extra £17 million is being asked for a short stretch of road, and that within that, there's £144,000 that's going to be spent on bat boxes and badger sets. Now, I've got nothing against bats and badgers, but I do think that sort of money could do enormous good in our communities. So if you, like me, don't live in the Shrewsbury area and love your community, have a think about what this money could do to transform your communities. Because this decision today is kissing goodbye to a huge amount of money that could be spent to make our communities better. We've got, I always bang on about the fact that Broseley has no direct bus route to Shrewsbury. How many buses could we pay for with that? There's so many things that could be paid for. We could save those libraries. We could save, Broseley actually has been paying for its own library for years. But just to go back to my main point, this is a huge amount of money that could make a massive difference if it were to be spent in the wider area of Shropshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we carry on, there was a bit of a murmur going on there. Please don't. All right, allow each member who has the same mandate as any one of us to have their say without having general chit-chats and discussions, please. All right? Thank you. David Vasmer. That is for both sides, not just one.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree very much with the comments made by Councillors Dean, Dartmouth and Bagnall, particularly the last one. Because if you look here, we're going to be spending £17 million. Now, we don't, as Councillor Dean's pointed out, we don't really need to spend that amount of money. So if, for example, we actually divided up the money here and spread it around all our divisions, we'd approximately have £250,000 each to spend on capital projects in our divisions. Now, I'd like to kind of appeal to the Conservative members over that side. Really, please abstain on this, and you'll have extra, you can actually apply for extra money in your division to do those projects. And what about Councillor Morris? He wants a pedestrian crossing in Lee Botwood, I believe. Well, Councillor Morris, here's the answer. If we don't vote for this money, you can have your pedestrian crossing in Lee Botwood. And lastly, one of the things which concerns me most about this recommendation is in the last sentence, the very last sentence in 3.1, and £300,000 to cover exceedance, it's an interesting word that, exceedance of current delegation. Now that basically means that money, that 300,000 has been spent without authority. It's been spent illegally. And I think that I would like to know from Councillor Morris, what was he aware of this? What did he do about it? And I hope we don't have another recommendation along those lines ever again.
Councillor Steve Davenport.
Chairman, I'm pleased to say that I'm not old enough to remember any of those times Nick mentions. We do know where we stand. On the original consultation that I was involved in, it was a large, long consultation, 60% voted for this, and this should be happening. So, infrastructure has to be done and implemented on projects large and small. May this go ahead in a speedy time, and may we all vote for it. Thank you.
So I've got Councillor Brian Williams, Rogers Evans, Andrew Sherrington, Alex Wagner, David Minery and Julia Buckley.
Was I called first?
You were, yes. You were the very first one of the members that I mentioned, Brian.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wish to speak in my capacity as Chairman of the Audit Committee of the Council. The audit... I'm sorry, I have this false pride that my voice will carry to the far ends of Shropshire without the microphone. The Audit Committee have considered this matter at their recent meeting. Our audit staff have been carefully monitoring the way in which the project has developed in terms of the legal aspects of the project. There have been concerns from audit that some of the procedures had not been satisfactorily dealt with. We have now received assurances that those procedures are adequate, that they have, where there has been a deficiency, they've been corrected, and that the scheme is now going ahead totally compliant with all the Council's rules relating to procurement. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever why those outside this Council who might be hoping for a judicial review have any reason whatsoever to call for that review. We are carefully now on track with all our procedures towards the production of the business case. Now, in terms of the risk registers are maintained, which are overseen by the Council's risk manager, reporting regularly to Audit Committee, and which ensure that financial and reputational risks are managed within normal and expected levels for a project of this size and complexity. We are not going out in the dark in terms of financial risk. We are carefully managing and auditing those risks to ensure that they are in accordance with Council procedures. I'm pleased to say that the project has now recruited a fully qualified commercial manager to oversee all suppliers and contractors' invoicing and performance, because there was some concern that invoicing was not being done correctly, and that has now been totally ensured that through commercial management, which we haven't had until recently, for this project specifically, to oversee that all suppliers and contractors' invoicing is in accordance with our rules. An outline business case was approved by Council in 2019, but this project cannot proceed to construction until a full business case is approved by Council, and that will need so much working up that it will not be received by this Council possibly in September, but much more likely in December. And we will all have an opportunity then to comment on that business case. Audit officers and the audit committee are maintaining close oversight of the procedures to ensure compliance with council conditions for financial management. Audit committee have requested a further update by managers in person to the committee at their September meeting to ensure that all our recommendations are being complied with and in accordance with council rules of procurement. I'd just like to make the point that this is the largest and most complex scheme in terms of funding and council management within the memory of members of this council. And officers too are learning by experience. I would stress that no financial loss has been sustained by this council other than £1 million caused by 4 months delay at planning committee, and that was outside the control of the project team. That delay was caused because opposition members wanted the conditions to be returned to planning committee rather than dealt with when the original project was before planning committee. So I'm happy that from the audit point of view, we can reassure this council that the project is going in the right direction with the right management and the right procedures. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
On a point of order, Chairman, there are no opposition members on the planning committee, and it is illegal to have or even intimate opposition members sit as opposition members on a planning committee.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be reflected in the minutes. Thank you, Roger. And actually, it's your turn to talk now. Damn, I should have started the clock when you said point of order, shouldn't I? You'd only have 3 minutes left now.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I say I will not be supporting this, and I will also be asking for a recorded vote, so that those who do vote for it to spend and waste another £17 million can in posterity be identified, because that is what will be happening. We've got a planning permission finally, a limited planning permission, but it is in place. And to get that, the budget was overspent. The planning committee or the audit committee which I sit on had a report. It is exempt. I can't say what's in it, but what I can say is, in my opinion, it's the worst audit report I have ever read. And I would ask all members here to actually read it. I can't make it public. I wish I could. However, preparing the planning permission, it's there. Business case, what is being proposed is that we start construction, because that is actually what is happening here, and there has been no permission to actually start constructing that. We don't know how much money is going to be spent on the North West Relief Road. There is a refusal to share any indication of the cost with it with opposition members. Yes, opposition members. There is a total refusal. I assume the Department of Transport have had some indications of the cost before the Transport Minister made that statement. Or was he blind to the actual cost as well when he said it will be fully costed and so issue a blank cheque to Shropshire Council? That isn't what I understand the DFT have said. They will look at it when the business case is put to them. And that will be November, September, December 2024, 2025? I do not know. But what I can say is that there is elections in May 25, and my understanding that at present there is just a small minority here, so a large minority, a small majority who may want to take it on. And can I say, if I am elected onto this new council, I will be asking questions and really seeking redress if there is money being spent which shouldn't have been spent, because we are getting so close to an election, and if a full business case goes into the new year, we will be almost in purdo, and this council would be wrong to try and spend 100 and whatever million pound, maybe 175 was in a recent council report, which was circulated by mistake. I don't know where that 175 million pound originated, but it was there. It was pointed out by various speakers, and it was voted through by the majority at this council. So, have the DFT been informed? Have they had any information about the potential cost of it? And if they have, why aren't members included in that as well? Because surely, as elected members, we should be involved and told what government is being told about it. There seems to be a continued refusal of this council to let members know a project of this size, what it's going to cost. Planning permission, let's do the business case if that is the wish, and I wouldn't have thought you need it. We were told that the business case was being held up because of the delays in the planning permission. The planning permission has been given, so how are we going to incur £17 million more to prepare a business case? Can that please be explained? Please don't say construction, because we have not given permission to start constructing or even pre-construction work, as far as I am aware. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Andrew Sherrington.
So, what I wanted to speak about is process. The capital expenditure for Bridgnorth, which has been kicked into the aspirational long grass, was done so because it didn't have a full business case. We've already spent £17 million on this project without a full business case and propose to spend a further £17 million. Plus the other bits and pieces, the total project cost that we're talking about is approaching £44 million, without a business case. The reason you put a business case in your process is a simple control check to ensure that the project delivers what it's supposed to deliver. It also protects you, or gives you an opportunity to protect yourself against asset impairment. And for those of you who don't understand what I'm talking about, this money goes onto the balance sheet, it's capital. If the project does not come into operation and does not provide the benefits that it is slated to do, it is no longer capital, but a cost that needs to be written off in the operational results of the organisation. £44 million. It knocks the 50-odd million that we've been talking about, or 62 million of savings, into a cocked hat. So in voting to add 17 million to get you to some construction that you haven't fundamentally approved, plus the full business case, is accepting a risk you do not need to take. Do the business case first, and then, and only then, move on to spending more money. If, because of ideological reasons, you decide you're going to spend that money, then on your own head be it. And Conservative reputation for good financial management goes onto the barbecue. It's not. And you should know it's not. So, what you should be talking about today is bringing you to full business case as rapidly as possible, and then bringing the decision back here. And anything else does not follow our own processes. I was on the Capital Strategy Committee. The process was supposed to be that it gets through cycles of approval, and it goes to a business case, and then it gets approved. We do one thing and say another here. As is the case in Bridgnorth with its capital requirement, yet somehow this project is different. of all the projects that should follow this process and that should be carefully checked, for heaven's sake, this is top of the list, isn't it? So I would urge that we vote down this 17 million. I would be happy to support an amendment that says whatever finances are required to bring to full business case, and then we bring it back to council. And anything else is foolhardy. So I'm proposing that amendment.
You're proposing that as an amendment?
I am proposing the amendment that we agree to fund to full business case and nothing but full business case, and then reconsider.
Was that seconded? And thirded and fourth. Good. Okay.
Thank you, I'm done.
So, can you just repeat your amendment again? Because I kind of lost it in all the other stuff.
The amendment proposed is to fund only that amount of money required to bring the project to a full business case and nothing else. And once a full business case has been delivered, to bring the project back to council for further discussion.
Julian, you seconded. Are you speaking now, or do you reserve the right?
I'll speak now. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for making that absolutely clear. I hope we're now all clear about this story, which is that this proposal is for spending a load of money which you don't need to spend at the moment, and it's hugely risky. If you look at the table on page 432 or page 6, however you want to read the numbers, you've got the full business case. FBC production is got 165,000 plus a contingency. We know that in order to get to the full business case, you probably also need to do a couple of the pre-commencement conditions. You have to do the borehole investigation because, frankly, you don't actually know what the scheme's going to look like until you've done that. That was the Environment Agency's point. So, yes, you probably need to do the test pile, the borehole installation monitoring. I've got no idea what Basin 8 infiltration testing is, but you might need to do that as well. But most of this stuff, especially the utilities diversion and all that stuff, is completely unnecessary to get to the full business case. In fact, it says as much. It says as much in 0.518 above. It makes the point in 0.518 that you have turned around the project timeline that you had in your outline business case. So that's the process we need to follow. Yes, you know, I don't like it, but I can accept democratically you have absolutely every right to get to the full business case. I will support that, but not a penny more. Not with the range of risks that are still facing this, both in terms of whether the full business case stacks up and in terms of whether actually the money will ever come through from whatever government it might be by the time we get there. So I second that amendment.
Alex Wagner, you were down to talk on the main one. You're going to talk on this one?
Probably makes more sense for me to talk on the amendment anyway, given what
Yeah,
I was going to say.
that will cover both then, will it?
Yes, yeah,
All right.
absolutely. So, again, not rehashing some other parts of the debate, given the planning meeting, everyone had their chance to speak. I think this is an incredibly sensible amendment because the real question for the council, for cabinet, for everyone here, as I see it, is actually quite simple. It's how high are we willing to go? Another 17 million, unless this amendment passes, will go through today. Estimates from Better Shrewsbury Transport and others interested in the scheme have said that we could be heading for £200 million. I'm not ideological about these schemes. I get the argument for fueling the A5. I grew up just outside Llanymynech. I've seen people in the plural hit at the crossroads there during mornings. I understand the argument for that bypass on safety grounds. And I'm not old enough to remember the Southern bypass debate, I'll admit, but it's clearly been a good thing. So I can see easily how it could be cost efficient to proceed with a project like the North West Road at a lower cost point with serious environmental commitments. And when we're deciding on these questions, the cost to benefit is the important bit. And I think that's what this amendment does quite nicely. It means that we'll have that brought forward as a full business case a lot more clearly. Because ultimately, the benefits of the North West Road, or the perceived benefits at least, are often stated by the administration. That's to the press, to the public, to members in election literature, but the costs aren't. So how high is too high? We're happy to spend 200 million maybe? What about 300 million? 400? 500, a billion pounds? You know, any sensible person looking at any large capital scheme will know that there is an amount where it just isn't worth it, even if you agree with the premise and the benefits. And of course, I think that, as has already been touched on, the fully funded nature of this is a fiction until we get it in writing. It seems quite obvious to me that the government haven't put that in writing for a reason. As a final point, this isn't just Shrewsbury Council. I'd love it to be, but it isn't. It's Shropshire Council. Rural residents farther north, south and east of the county will have good reason to feel very frustrated by moves like this being the focus of Shropshire Council's activities and the focus of their communications with government and the focus of their capital spend. So I'll be voting for Councillor Sherrington's amendment. I think opposition members have good cause to sort of pause and take a look at it seriously, because that's a way of having it all on the table and making our decision based on that cost-benefit analysis for a project which is often kicked about ideologically, but actually, if we have the numbers in front of us, we can make a sensible decision on.
Thank you. I'm glad you spend a lot of time in my division up around the Lungcliffe crossroads. I go through there every day. I've not seen anywhere near as many accidents as you have. I hope you're not causing them. Okay.
Splendid chairing as ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And apologies to the speaker at the back for the muttering earlier. I was answering a question from my colleague rather than commenting on what she was saying. I will speak now because it's as valid for this as it is for the original recommendation. The issue here for me isn't the construction of the road. Pretty much everybody in the area that I represent is desperate for this road to be built. And unlike a colleague at the back who said nobody outside Shrewsbury is interested, I can tell her that that is far from true. Yes. Anybody wishing to get along the A53 to the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital has an absolute nightmare. It will take longer to get from Battlefield roundabout to the hospital than it takes to get from Market Drayton to Battlefields. Normally twice as long. It's long, long overdue. The issues for me are not to do with that, as I say. The issues for me are, one, timing, and two, the messaging. And a lot has been said today about people confusing capital and revenue expenditure. And I genuinely think there is nobody in this room who doesn't know the difference. And I'm sure the political activists who use it to their advantage actually know the difference. But the problem is, Joe, that when walking around the supermarket, having a quiet drink in the pub, those people are not political activists. They just hear things, they see things. And they know that we're looking for £61 million savings. And they know that we're spending or thinking to spend 50, 60, 70 million on this road. They don't know where their money is coming from. They don't care. It's just money that's being spent by Shropshire Council when they're driving along avoiding potholes, etc., etc., etc. So it's the perception and it's the image. And to bring this before us today of all days, I think is just wrong, an absolute own goal. If you'd left it until the 21st of March, it probably wouldn't have raised much more than a few, the activists. But we've just sat here and spent 2 hours arguing about the financial strategy and where the money's going to come from. And everybody listening to this or reading about it in the Shropshire Star would say, oh, well, now they want delegated authority to go away and spend another however many it is. And it is that delegation that is the issue for me. And I am interested in, I don't normally like to support amendments because I like things to be properly costed and understood. But actually, this project isn't properly costed and understood. And it does seem to me to carry a lot of weight that we shouldn't be doing this now. We should be taking the proper road, we should be developing the business case, and then we can judge. Because as it stands at the moment, I think I probably can't support an outright delegation for this money. There are far too many things riding upon it, both positive and negative.
Thank you. Julia.
Thank you. This proposed amendment reduces risk to this council. In my previous life, I wrote funding bids like this one into government grants. So I've got on my laptop a copy of the original grant funding letter when we were offered 54.4 million from the DFT. It states quite clearly in black and white, no further funding will be provided. Any material changes, you must notify the department immediately. Should you go to full business case, your Section 151 officer must confirm that Shropshire Council has the ability to cover all remaining funding required over and above the capped departmental amount, including any additional funding required as a result of the remaining legal and procurement processes. All grant funding offers come in an official written letter from government. They state what the government will pay, they state what you must pay, they state your liabilities, your responsibilities, and what happens if you cannot fulfil them. What happens if you can't fulfil them is that the grant is no longer yours. We only have an offer letter for the outline business case. We only have an offer letter for 54.4 million, and we have already spent our share of that. I was surprised but reassured to hear Councillor Brian Williams tell us that he is personally and his committee are satisfied that the audit processes are now satisfactory. So I'm glad that you put your name to that and that it is a case of public record today. I'm personally not assured that the £17 million vote meets either the financial regulations of this authority or the conditions set out in the grant funding letter from the DFT. So the amendment removes a huge amount of risk from this council overstepping its legal current mandate. If we can vote for the £1 million to develop the business case, we have the protection, we have the check and balance that Andrew Sheringham referred to. There is another check and balance written into the financial regulations, and that is the vote of this full council. You members are the other check and balance. You are being asked to assess the risk of how much we have a mandate to spend. So I encourage you to think from a risk perspective that we vote for this amendment because it keeps us within the envelope for which we have a mandate. Should this amendment fall, could I have assurances that the risk register, the strategic risk register, will be updated from whichever outcome of today's decision? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Morris, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Councillor Dean's point on utilities, diverting utilities is necessary to achieve a start of early next year. Everyone saw and heard the Secretary of State's TV interview last year. There is no reason to believe that has changed. Government will confirm their full commitment as this reaches the full business case. To be honest, there's a lot of deliberate scaremongering and throwing up desperate attempts to bog down process. It also reveals a lack of ambition and a failure to get behind the local economy of Shrewsbury and Shropshire's businesses who will benefit much from this much needed development. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Okay, we have an amendment that has been proposed and seconded. Recorded vote, Roger. I was anticipating that. I was about to ask you before you half stood up and asked me. Good, and I won't ask the 15 other people to stand up because I know you're going to anyway. So, Chief Executive.
Thank you. Roy Allcroft.
Against.
Jeff Anderson.
Against.
Caroline Bagnall.
For.
She had to take advice then.
Sorry.
Nicholas Bardsley.
Against.
Joyce Barrow.
Against.
Bernie Bentic.
For.
Thomas Biggins. Against. Edward Bird.
Against.
Andy Boddington.
For.
Julia Buckley.
For.
Gary Burchett.
Against.
Gwilym Butler.
Against.
Dean Carroll.
Against.
Steve Charmley.
Against.
Ted Clark.
For.
Rachel Connolly.
For.
Gerald Dakin.
Against.
Rosemary Dartnell.
For.
Steve Davenport. Mary Davis.
4.
Julian Dean.
4.
Jeff Elner.
Against.
David Evans. Julia Evans.
4.
Roger Evans.
4.
Paul Gill.
Against.
Rob Gittins.
Against.
Nat Green.
4.
Kate Halliday. Simon Harris.
Against.
Nigel Hartin.
4.
Nick Hignott.
Against.
Ruth Houghton.
4.
Richard Huffer. Vince Hunt.
Against.
Kirsty Hurst Knight.
Against.
Mark Jones.
Against.
Simon Jones.
Against.
Duncan Kerr.
4.
Heather Kidd.
4.
Christian Lee. Hilary Luff. Nigel Lumby.
Against.
Robert Macy.
Against.
David Minery.
4.
Dan Morris.
Against.
Pam Mosley.
4.
Alan Mosley.
4.
Cecilia Motley.
Against.
Peggy Mullock.
Against.
Ian Nellins.
Against.
Kevin Pardy.
4.
Viv Parry. Tony Parsons.
4.
Leslie Picton.
Against.
Ed Potter.
Against.
John Price.
Against.
Chris Schofield.
Against.
Andrew Sherrington.
4.
Colin Taylor.
4.
Dan Thomas.
Against.
Robert Tyndall.
4.
Edward Towers.
4.
David Vasmer.
4.
Alex Wagner.
4.
Claire Wilde.
Against.
Brian Williams.
Against.
Mark Williams.
4.
Rob Wilson.
4.
Thank you.
Okay, we will just wait for a second longer, hopefully.
Against.
32 for and 37 against. So the thank you. So that motion, amendment has fallen. So we will go back to the substantive. Robert Tyndall had indicated he wished to speak.
Yes, I just want, it's a matter of clearance, really. Now that the amendment has fallen, I suppose my question is redundant, but I was going to suggest that nevertheless we proceed with the full business case production, which is going to cost 165k. But I think my question is irrelevant now. Thank you.
Okay, well, I am going to therefore go back to Councillor Dean Carroll, who seconded and reserved his right.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I won't repeat what Councillor Morris has already said about the pre-utility works, but the point that he makes is a very good one, that we don't want to wait to cause unnecessary delays in beginning construction by having to do the pre-utility works before that, but post-business, full business case submission. We've also got tied into the costings at the moment, which of course down the road could rise further if we were to delay it, which would be unnecessary. We have always been crystal clear that we as a council are committed to this project. That has never been in question or in doubt. And that is the basis on which we are proceeding. We have had, as everybody heard on national television, the Minister's statement, but I think it would be unreasonable perhaps to expect the Department for Transport to have committed until they've seen the full business case. So it's no real surprise that that we'll have to wait until that's been submitted for them to commit in writing. But a few things that were said right at the start, it seems a long time ago now, indeed it was probably close to an hour ago, but a few things that were said at the start about what else could we do with X amount of money, what else could we do with Y amount of money, rather evocative and emotive terms used by some members to suggest that this money was being denuded from other parts of the county. Well, we've always been clear where the funding was coming from when it was outlined business case. We're still being clear where we intend the funding to come from at full business case. And when you get funding for projects from national government, that funding is for those projects. It's selling bridges to pretend that you could bank this money if it was coming from central government for this project. I support the proposals. I support Councillor Morris's approach to the North West Relief Road, and I encourage everybody to vote for the motions.
Thank you. Councillor Morris, have you anything you wish to add?
Yeah, just briefly, if I may, please.
You may.
Just in response, a long time ago, but to various comments. So Councillor Dean said something about traffic modelling. Traffic modelling was actually done in May 22 and September 22, so post-COVID. And that used APNR data that showed about 50% of the traffic on Smithville Road, for example, was through traffic. The point from Councillor Dartnell, why would we price the project whilst we're on the procurement process? Anyone would know if they throw a fee out there and say this is what it's roughly going to be cost, and then we're sending out for procurement, that just sets a bar for the contractors to bid. Councillor Bagnall, I'm afraid, fell into the trap of conflating revenue and capital. The point Councillor Vasma made about the 300k overspend, that's within the council remits. So Councillor Barrow, I believe, has up to 500,000 remit. So that is within scope. Councillor Evans, Roger Evans, I mean, it just seems to me that nothing would suit you better than this for this not to pass, so that the money that's been spent to date has to be paid back by the council. It just seems to me that you want the council to fail. Councillor Sherrington, thank you for the lecture on process. Full business case will give council a chance to say, and the utility spend that's outlined in the paper is part of that full business case. Just to finish off, really, the interview with the Minister went something like this. Nick Owen, the North West Relief Road in Shrewsbury, there is a huge funding gap. Can you commit to helping them bridge that gap? Mark Harper, we're going to pay the whole of that cost. Nick Owen, the whole of that cost. Mark Harper, yes, so we will be picking up 100% of the cost of that project. He also said, because of inflation, local authorities have struggled to meet their funding, so we've committed to paying the whole cost, bringing forward when the project can be delivered. So I'm glad that Councillor Buckley spoke, because in her election leaflet, which you wouldn't say that I would normally read, but it says, consider the practical alternative to the North West Relief Road. So one wonders what those might be. So I had heard that staggering commuting times was one idea. I'd heard, actually on her tweet about a week ago, on X, practical. So when asked what's the alternative, she says there are immediate measures we could take to reduce congestion, such as dualling the A5 and widening roundabouts for a fraction of the cost. plus some traffic calming measures in the northern
Can we, where possible, stick to the questions as opposed to... Thank you.
Point taken. I mean, it just shows the ridiculousness of the Labour position. And then, what's an idea of immediate? Crikey, I don't know. Anyway, we also need to look at the cakeism of the opposition to the North West Relief Road. There's cross-party support for the movement strategy and taking traffic out of Shrewsbury. But the opposition won't support the biggest and best idea that would make this happen. Let's not forget, again, that 50% of the traffic on Smithfield Road is through traffic, useless to Shrewsbury. It is similar with... so finally, we have to start conflating capital and revenue again. We've seen it happen again today. I move this report and I hope everyone votes for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. I think I heard you say that Councillor Barrow had the right to spend 300,000 within the standing orders. I think that's probably Mark Barrow. So Joyce, you can stop your internet shopping now. All right. So on that note, we will move to the recorded vote that was requested earlier. So once again, I will hand over to the Chief Executive, Andy Begley. Andy.
Thank you. Roy Aldcroft.
For.
Jeff Anderson.
For.
Caroline Bagnall.
Against.
Nicholas Bardsley.
For.
Joyce Barrow.
For.
Bernie Bentinck.
Against.
Tom Biggins. For. Edward Bird.
For.
Andy Boddington.
Against.
Julia Buckley.
Against.
Gary Birchett.
For.
Gwilym Butler.
For.
Dean Carroll.
For.
Steve Charmley.
For.
Ted Clark.
Against.
Rachel Connolly.
Against.
Gerald Dakin.
For.
Rosemary Dartnell.
Against.
Steve Davenport.
For.
Mary Davis.
Against.
Julian Dean.
Against.
Jeff Elner.
For.
David Evans.
For.
Julia Evans.
Against.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Paul Gill.
For.
Rob Gittins.
For.
Nat Green.
Against.
Kate Halliday.
Against.
Simon Harris.
For.
Nigel Harting.
Against.
Nick Hignett.
For.
Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Richard Huffer. Vince Hunt.
For.
Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
For.
Mark Jones.
For.
Simon Jones.
For.
Duncan Kerr.
Against.
Heather Kidd.
Against.
Christian Lee.
For.
Hilary Luff.
For.
Nigel Lumby.
For.
Robert Macy.
For.
David Minery.
Against.
Dan Morris.
For.
Pam Mosley.
Against.
Alan Mosley.
Against.
Cecilia Motley.
For.
Peggy Mullock.
For.
Ian Nellings.
For.
Kevin Pardy.
Against.
Viv Parry.
Against.
Tony Parsons.
Against.
Leslie Picton.
For.
Ed Potter.
For.
John Price.
For.
Chris Schofield.
For.
Andrew Sherrington.
Against.
Colin Taylor.
Against.
Dan Thomas.
For.
Robert Tyndall.
Against.
Edward Towers.
Against.
David Vasmer.
Against.
Alex Wagner.
Against.
Claire Wilde.
For.
Brian Williams.
For.
Mark Williams.
Against.
Rob Wilson.
Against.
Thank you.
That's 37 in favour and 32 against, so it has passed. Thank you, members. We will move on to item 10, which is appointments to committees. I ask the council, I propose that the council confirm the following changes. I think that's seconded by you, Brian, isn't it?
I'm happy to second that, Chairman.
Good. I don't expect this will cause anything like the kind of debate that we've been having already, but just in case. Okay. As nobody's dissenting, I will assume that everybody's happy with that. So we will move on to item 11, which is notices of motion. So the first one we have is from Tony Parson, is supported by the Labour Group. I understand from Cecilia that she's put forward an amendment that you are happy with.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Good. Do you want to just briefly outline your motion?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chair.
With Cecilia's amendment, and then,
yeah,
unless somebody else has got something to say, we'll move to the vote.
My motion seeks to highlight the continuing difficulties with regards to the adult social care sector. And it's unlikely that those difficulties will be dealt with fully until social care becomes a much higher priority for central government. We can only do a limited amount here, but I would like to say that in 2023-24 we did invest a significant amount of our own money, as well as grant aid from the Department of Health and Social Care, into trying to alleviate the financial difficulties of care providers within Shropshire. And I think we're going to need to do that again in 24-25, because there are, again, further increases in the costs of our care providers. They obviously already have issues in terms of the recruitment and retention of social workers, partly because of the relatively low levels of pay. But then, with the introduction of the new national living wage, which is a 9.8% increase on the rate from last year, which comes into effect on the 1st of April, they will again, this will help with recruitment and retention, but it will again put additional costs into the care providers' budget. That, together with inflationary costs and other things, means I think we will need to again look to provide some financial support in terms of the fees we pay to social care providers. Now, I say, I do have an amendment from Councillor Cecilia Motley, which I'm prepared to accept, and also an amendment from the Liberal Democrat group, which I'm also prepared to accept. So I guess we need to probably look at those amendments now rather than continue with my motion at this point in time.
Okay. So let's see if we can shortcut this a little bit. Cecilia, have you seen the Liberal Democrat?
No, I haven't.
Okay, right. Okay, Cecilia, can you say what your amendment is then, please?
Absolutely.
And then I will go to the Liberal Democrat proposed amendment, and then we'll see if we can find some accord.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
won't take long over this because Tony Parsons and I have reached agreement. Basically, just to tell you how it's going to look now, if we go to the end of the motion, what it's now going to say is to use funding. This council commits to use funding received from central government and aligned to grant conditions for investment, for the necessary additional investment in adult social care provision in 24-25, which best meets the needs of our residents in the most cost-efficient way. That is, it may sound small, but actually it was a sticking point for us, but we've overcome it, which is very good. There are just a few quick points which I'd like to make. Tony is absolutely right to say that we've been topping up quite considerably the amount of money which is provided to the care providers over last year, and we will doubtless have to do the same again this year. And whilst a proportion of care providers do have concerns over their financial viability, our adult social care teams aren't actually seeing a lot of a fall in the market or exits from the market to support this. And it is, I think, worth making the point that Shropshire Council, despite the pressure we're under, we already pay the highest rates for domiciliary care. I'll just say a little bit more about that in a second, across the West Midlands, and we also pay the second highest care home rate. So we are doing the very best we can. One of the other things that we are doing is becoming more and more innovative in the way that we're delivering care. The domiciliary care market has certainly perked up a lot since we gave them an uplift last year, and actually this is proving a very successful way of helping residents who would much rather stay in their own homes than have to go into a care home. That also takes some of the pressure off the care homes. There is a point that I think is important to make, which is that we have a tendency to say, oh, Shropshire Council isn't doing this and Shropshire Council isn't doing that. But I think what people have to bear in mind is that we are not the only people who buy care. We buy 30% of the care in this county. The NHS commissions 30%, and private funders the remaining 40%. So this is not entirely our problem. We accept that we have to do what we can, but to try and imply, as was implied originally, that this is entirely down to Shropshire Council, I think is wrong, and people need to understand the true situation. Just very quickly to go into some of the ways that we are helping move social care, not necessarily out of care homes, but certainly looking at different ways of delivery. It starts in hospital. We've speeded up our discharges from hospital quite amazingly through our excellent cross-disciplined start teams, which include important things like adult social, occupational therapy and other things which actually help people get moving. We get them out of hospital and then we find the best place for them, whether it be complex care or whether it be less complex care which can be delivered at home. We're also delivering more and more technological solutions through, I'm sure you will all have gone and had a play with Genie. Genie has proved extremely popular with people who are somewhat forgetful and need reminding when to take their pills and when to have a meal and that sort of thing. And that is welcomed. And we also are developing more and more with our national health partners, the virtual wards idea. The other thing that I would like to report is that we are seeing more attention being paid now to the community hospitals. I know Bishop's Castle had a big fight to try and get themselves back up and running, largely due to lack of people prepared to work there. And this situation seems to now be solving itself. And, congratulations to Heather Kidd and Ruth Houghton, who worked very hard at this. But also, Ludlow Community Hospital is working well at the moment. We're using these more. We are very keen to develop more care in the community. It's okay, I'm going to finish. So, as a result, I'm pleased to be able to present this amendment and ask for support for it, please.
Okay, so, just so that we get this right in my head and everybody else's, Cecilia spoke to Tony, who accepted the amendment, so that's become, in effect now, the motion.
Yep.
I wasn't aware that there was a Liberal Democrat amendment, which I'm going to ask for now, but the Liberal Democrat amendment will be to the now existing motion, which is Tony's original with the amendment. Okay, we all got that? Good. Roger. You're pensive and waiting to spring.
Oh, yeah, I was waiting for you to call me, Chairman, as the good councillor I am.
Yes.
Yeah, I have altered the wording so that it hopefully will be accepted by both Cecilia and Tony, and it is quite short, because our concern is that the staff, the care staff, are much undervalued, and we want to ensure that we wanted all the money, but I note Cecilia's amendment to it, most of that money to go to them. So the actual amendment reads, this extra funding will include paying care staff through improved hourly rates. I have said will include pay, and I haven't said all of it. We would have preferred all of it, but I accept what Cecilia has said about best needs of our residents, so I'm trying to incorporate our extra words into Cecilia's so that will include paying care staff through improved hourly rates, which echoes, I think, a lot of what Celia said, that we need to keep those and improve. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Cecilia, are you relatively happy with that?
Yeah.
Good. Well, what we will do then, how should I do this? Can I go straight to a vote, or it's been accepted? All right, but normally I would take a vote on the amendment, which would then become the substantive and take a second vote. But as we all seem to be agreeing with each other, which is really, really unusual today, so I'm going to grasp this particular nettle while I can, and we will move to a vote. Roger, I take it you don't want a recorded vote, do you?
No, please, Roger.
I thought I'd ask.
This time, Chairman, because we are in unanimous, hopefully, agreement.
Well, the independents haven't put in an amendment yet, but that doesn't mean to say that they should think about it, if that's all the same. All right, so the original motion, which has now two amendments, which everybody seems happy with. All those in favour of accepting it, because it is now the motion, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Crikey, if we can do the next one in the same way.
No, just a second, you're right.
I've just lost my legal team.
Absolutely.
Thank you, councillors. Are you on your way back, Tim?
Right, come through.
To coin an Australian term, my legal officer's gone walkabout. He has, however, returned. Okay, we have the next motion, which I believe is from Alan Mosley. Is that correct? Yep. On the consultation on car parking increases. Alan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I hope we can achieve
Chairman,
a final
I got
degree.
promoted 3 years ago.
Sorry?
I said I'm now Mr. Chairman, not Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
No. I just thought I'd bring you up to the modern era. We'll try anyway.
Thank you, Vince.
That's all right. You're welcome, Alan.
Well, as I was saying, I hope we managed to achieve at the last moment another degree of unanimity with this motion. It's about car parking. It's something that everyone throughout the county is concerned with, but particularly in Shrewsbury because of what's happened to charges here. And I shouldn't think that anyone's not aware of the controversy surrounding the Cabinet's decision to impose very significant increases in charges for car parking in most of the locations in Shrewsbury. There was also an extension of evening and Sunday car park charging. Now, we did, with the Liberal and the Labour, have call-ins for these decisions, and they were heard by the Economy and Environment Scrutiny Committee quite recently. And there was, in fact, a unanimous cross-party vote to urge Cabinet to reconsider on various parts of the call-in that was before them. This current motion that I'm putting now is coming anyway, and it's still important in that the views of all members are heard on this matter, lest the changes that when Cabinet reviews are not withdrawn. We take the view that, as was stressed in the relevant Cabinet report, that there is a need for a new parking strategy to be developed and a review of the role, structure and staff in parking services. So this needs to be undertaken with full public consultation before the extreme changes in chargings and the operations are further proposed. And the rationale generally behind the motion is that the proposed hikes, which, if you're not aware, range from 30% to 67% increase, will have a profound and serious impact on our town's economy and attraction, without there being any other mitigating improvements to town centre access. For example, no improvements in public transport, park and ride, highways infrastructure, active travel. Hence, the new charges pose a significant risk to the Shrewsbury town centre economy and its ongoing post-COVID recovery. Indeed, recent surveys and submissions by the Shrewsbury bid provide evidence that there is massive concern about the adverse impact on businesses of all types within the town and surrounding areas. Research actually commissioned by bid shows that there will be, or predicts that there will be, 160,000 fewer trips to Shrewsbury as a consequence. And the midpoint calculation in this consultancy show a loss of £7.6 million from the diminished footfall arising from the charges hike. The particularly stringent increases for Abbey, Foregate and Frankwell will have a particularly serious impact on those commuting to work, especially those on lower incomes where they have no affordable or convenient alternatives. This is particularly relevant given the cost of living crisis and the inadequacy of park and ride, active travel and bus provision at present. The changes are also contrary to proposals within the movement strategy, which are aimed at encouraging parking outside the River Loop. They reduce the current differential in the zonal configuration of parking. Furthermore, falsely connecting these high charges to the movement strategy has actually had a negative impact on the public perception of the movement strategy itself. The movement strategy, in fact, advocates a carefully planned, coordinated and coherent implementation programme which hopefully takes people with us. The changes to the Sunday and early evening charges will have a particularly serious impact on those employed in the nighttime, hospitality and cultural economy, and on visitors and residents to the town. An important element is that many parkers will be deterred from using the designated car parks and will seek on-street parking around the town centre, much to the detriment of local residents. The numbers in the Cabinet report represent a gross underestimate of the likely levels. The Cabinet report showed that only 50 parkers would be displaced as a consequence of these fees. The bid research estimates that 82,000 more parking opportunities.
If you could wind up now, that would be good. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Time goes so quickly.
It does when you're having fun, eh?
Will someone interrupt me so I can have some more time?
Well, I just did, so I'll give you until it says 30, all right?
Anyway, I could go on and on, obviously, and I'm afraid that I've mistimed my text. So please, it was cross-party at the scrutiny panel that called it in, that looked at the call-in. Can this be cross-party unanimous to ask that the charges be withdrawn, we have a proper strategic review, and then bring back a proper report with consultation included?
Thank you, Alan. Almost on time, almost close, but not quite. Okay. I have had, well, I need a seconder first of all. Is that you seconding, Julia? Are you going to withhold your right, or do you wish to speak now? Okay. Jeff Anderson.
I suspect I have a peculiar interest in this, so I think it's best for me to leave.
Okay. If everybody else could do the same as that, that would be really useful. Andy Boddington.
Yes, I don't drive, so I have no interest as such. I think we have got this wrong way round. It's been much more sensible to have a strategic review and look at parking as a whole and a new structure for it, because we know it doesn't work, and we know that there are problems with tails wagging dogs, or at least Shrewsbury wagging the rest of the county in terms of fee structure. Ludlow is very sensitive to price changes. It may not seem a great deal, but we know it's sensitive. The 2017 rises and the 2018 rises actually hit us hard. And it wasn't the only reason, but it was the start of the empty shops that we see now in Ludlow, which from the end of the month will number 25 empty shops in the main town centre, which is quite extraordinary. So we are sensitive. We need every bit of help we can get at the moment. We are, of course, working on other initiatives, but if we could review this and look at the structure of parking charges before we bring it in, I think that's the right way to do policy, and I hope everybody will support it.
Thank you. Dan Morris and then Duncan Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Mosley for bringing the motion. Just going to keep it very brief. As he says, this is going back to Cabinet after the call-in, where Cabinet has been asked to look at a few things. In the budget consultation, there was 1,064 respondents. And on page 23, the budget consultation report, there is a ranking of cost-saving options, ranked 1 to 16. When averaged out, the options receiving the most acceptable cost-saving measures rise to the top of the list, and the least acceptable fall toward the bottom. The most acceptable out of these options was car parking charge increases. So, in some ways, this has had an indirect consultation. In terms of the strategy, in the original Cabinet report, strategy is mentioned in there, but it will come 6 to 12 months, in 6 to 12 months' time. And, you know, I do see the point about the strategy and the price increases, but the price changes, increases, but unfortunately, timings of the budget sort of overrun us. And finally, there is sort of like an overall problem with the motion in that, and it reflects a wider issue with, you know, the opposition to the budget as a whole. In the opposition groups are very good at saying what they wouldn't do, but not very good at saying what they would do, except bringing something to council on the day of the budget vote, of course. So running the council does involve tough choices and sometimes making difficult decisions, and unfortunately this is one of those, so I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan Kerr, then Councillor Edward Towers.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I agree with Councillor Morris on one thing. Time has overrun you. We actually brought a proposal in our submissions last year that we actually reviewed car parking charges. You need a review because you need to give people alternatives. If people haven't got any alternative but to come in their car because public transport is so poor, then you are just taxing them and penalising them. Little old Oswestry Town Council did a review of its car parking charge about 3 years ago, used that to fund a free bus service. And I see that Market Drayton, I think, has taken on the same idea. That's providing an alternative to people so they do not have to rely upon bringing their car in. You've manifestly failed to do this. You didn't adopt our proposals last year. You have, as Councillor Morris has just said, completely run out of time and now in a desperate place because you now need the savings. Yet again, this is delaying sensible decisions when you could have implemented a practical process, and the people who bear the pain from this are those people who are trying to run businesses in Shrewsbury Town Centre and other town centres, and people who are just having to use their car because the council has not invested sufficiently in alternatives.
Ed Towers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was at that Economic Scrutiny Committee and spoke on behalf of WEM, of course. It does affect us hugely. This is a Shrewsbury centred motion. And I listened to the debate, and it seemed that consultation hadn't been taking place, and the different parts of Shropshire's policies for the town hadn't been joined up and made to work together. So it seemed to me that Shrewsbury got a case for wanting it to go back. But we, in the market towns, Ludlow was mentioned, I think, on the call as well. We are concerned about this. It seems to me if the concern is about parking, because there's revenue being raised. I understood there's £4 million or more is in some coffers somewhere, which can't be used for other purposes. Well, why are we making even more expensive to get people into our shops, into our town centres? Wem is suffering quite a lot, as other places are. And it seemed to me that as a consideration on this occasion should be given to Shrewsbury's parking issues and leave the market towns out of the frame on this occasion. Thank you.
Okay. Julia, Leslie has decided not to speak. I think her points have been covered, which is very noble of her, not to reiterate them. Julia.
Thank you. It's because there was no consultation on the original parking proposals that we triggered a scrutiny call-in. And the calling of that decision brought together lots of different people who were able to raise their concerns, which, without doing so, that proposal would have just sailed straight through this meeting. It's incredibly unusual. I've not been a councillor long enough, perhaps you can tell me whether any other scrutiny call-in has been upheld. But I suspect it's quite unusual that members from all different parties and all different geographies agreed that this just needed looking at one more time. And so it has gone back to Cabinet to reconsider, and they will look at various different aspects of the proposals. The one element which wasn't included in that was the requirement for consultation. And the thing that came up time and again from residents, from the bid, from businesses, from local communities was that they hadn't had a chance to have their say. The only thing that this motion is requesting is that a consultation be added to the proposals when they go for consideration through Cabinet. I'm just going to read some comments from Alan Mosley, which is that in the actual report itself, it referred to the explanation as to why there was no consultation put forward. It said Shropshire-led consultation prior to presentation of the report. Several people and groups were consulted, including the informal Cabinet, Mark Barrow, Executive Director of Place, Councillor Dan Morris, portfolio holder, and Seb Slater from Shrewsbury Bid, but that a wider consultation of individual councillors was not considered necessary, as the report was not focused on a local area but county-wide. Public consultation was also considered not appropriate due to the report. Only objections would be received, suggesting inflation-based increases, and these factors were considered to work against the objectives of the report. So the reason they didn't want to go to consultation is that people might object. Councillor Dan Morris thinks that the budget consultation has already taken on board their views. I'm very surprised by that, because they were asked to compare different solutions, different prices that should go up or down. All other fees and charges went up on average by 10%. The car parking charges were asked to go up by 50%, 67% and 180%. Of course, that was not stipulated in the budget consultation. So residents were asked to compare what should go up and what should go down without understanding the huge variance in their rates. So of course, that could not be considered to be any meaningful consultation through any examination. Finally, the Shropshire Plan states that together we'll develop Shropshire as a vibrant destination that attracts people to live in, work in, learn in and visit. We'll deliver excellent connectivity and infrastructure and increasing access to social contact, employment, education services and leisure opportunities. We will communicate clearly and transparently about what Shropshire Council delivers. We'll do this in partnership, in partnership with our stakeholders and communities. Unfortunately, this has not been done in partnership with our stakeholders and our communities. And they have contacted us and they have asked us to be consulted. So we're not asking to change the content of the proposals, we're simply asking that consultation be added to the list of things that will be considered by your Cabinet on the 21st of March. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of councillors have indicated, but unfortunately, Julia seconded and reserved her right, which is why she's been brought in. I will now go to the original proposer. I did look around the room several times. If you wish to speak, you should have indicated before the seconder who had reserved their right came in to speak on the comments that she'd heard. So apologies for that. If you wish to speak on something, get in before the seconder or the principal person at the beginning. So, Alan.
Oh, if I'd known I got the right to reply, I would have read that out myself.
Oh.
I do think it's very important to bring out this point of consultation. And I could repeat that, that paragraph that actually came from the report to the scrutiny panel, that did it actually indicate that they didn't think it was important that there should be some consultation, because they predicted that the consultation would not be what they wanted to hear. And they actually said that they had predicted the questions and answered them in their own minds to get the right response. And I think that shows an amazing arrogance in that department, and something that this council should put down, that attitude, as early as possible. It also said that Seb Slater, the bid CEO, had been consulted. I've checked with him. He received the news, he was told about it on the Sunday before it went to Cabinet on the Tuesday, and had no opportunity whatsoever of having any input into it. If he had input, capacity to have input, then some of the mistakes within it and some of the ambiguity that's within it would have been avoided if they listened to what was being said by those who actually have business interests within the town. And if they listen to those who have the interests of residents, because one of the points about it is that the increase in the displacement of car parking into residential areas. I'm sure that many of us here have got that problem. And just to say, oh, we'll come up with some residence type of scheme or some phasing is just not good enough, because there's no one size fits all, and it's extremely problematic. So lessons to be learned from this, even if it doesn't go the right way in terms of the voting. And I hope that that department has learnt something about how to go about, not how to go about gaining a sense of feelings about different proposals, and then actually testing them out by actual realistic consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, you've heard the debate, you have the motion in front of you. All those in favour, please show. And those against?
against.
31 for and 34 against, so the motion has fallen. Okay, item 12, questions from members. Members' questions are allowed in accordance with procedure rule 15. 2 questions have been received from Councillors Parry and Vasma in accordance with rule 15.4. I've also accepted an urgent question from Councillor Julia Evans, which she emailed to me last week. No, I'm not going to take a point. There cannot possibly be a point of order yet because we haven't started. So where is the legal... Viv, I'm about to come to you for your supplementary question, can't you?
But there isn't an answer to my question.
Well, the
no
portfolio holder gives you the answer. You've got to give them a chance.
Well, you're supposed to send it to me so I can give you a second question. And I've not had that.
Right.
Chairman,
I will allow
on
the
a point of
portfolio
order,
holder.
if I can, Chairman, my understanding is that all the questions have got written answers, except for the one proposed by Councillor Parry.
Yes.
And she is asking, why has that question not got a written answer so her question supplementary could be approved?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really a point of order, and if we'd done it in a different way, we would have saved a bit of time, but there you go. So, portfolio holder.
So am I responding to the question?
Well, if you're the portfolio holder, that you are responding somewhat rather late and not in writing, it would seem.
So it's regarding Ludford Bridge. There are no...
We've all, just before you start, apparently we've all got a written response, Viv. You're the only person who hasn't.
Well, I have got a written response here. It says, members, question from Councillor Parry. There we are.
But have you checked your emails to see if... Anyway, just... Dan, just give Viv the response, please. It is quite full and has been sent out, apparently, so... All right, well...
Am I reading the response to the first question?
Please do, because the questionnaire cannot give you a supplementary question unless they've heard the answer.
Okay.
Unless they've requested the answer be posted to them, it's probably with the Royal Mail somewhere in Italy right now.
Forgive me, I'll answer then. There are no structural concerns regarding the current width and weight limits arrangements currently in place at the bridge, with no future restrictions at the bridge being considered or planned at this time. There have been some maintenance issues and repairs carried out accordingly, which are briefly described below. In 2005/6, Shropshire County Council consulted on a number of parking and traffic movements through Ludlow, including weight limit proposals for Ludford Bridge and its approaches. There was a wide-ranging public consultation, including a public exhibition in the summer of 2005. There were objections to the proposed weight limit on Ludford Bridge from the Highways Agency, the Road Haulage Association, and from the police. The main objection was the impact of extra lorry movements on the northern junction of the A49 and its approaches to and from Ludlow. Amending the scheme from a weight limit to a width limit would not change the proposed diversion route, so it is likely that there would be similar objections. Objections from many of these bodies or agencies will result in a full-scale public inquiry for the scheme to proceed. Officers of the council have consulted informally with the police. The police have indicated that they do not have the resources to enforce a weight or length limit on Ludford Bridge. According to our records, Ludford Bridge has been struck by HGVs 5 times in the past 5 years. The cost of these minor repairs is minimal compared to the estimated £800,000 to build a roundabout to provide access to the A49 at the northern junction. The only other suitable route for HGVs is via Henley Road and Gravel Hill. This is unacceptable due to the number of residential properties and routes used by school children. We have commissioned our long-term consultant to carry out surveys of HGV movements on Ludford Bridge and the northern slip roads of the A49 to obtain up-to-date traffic figures. Armed with these responses, Shropshire Council will contact the Highways Agency, the RHA and the police before deciding upon the next action to ascertain if the view of the bodies and the agencies has been revised. A review as to the current signing could be carried out, subject to available allocated funding, and initial thoughts are that the improved signing will assist the current situation, with specifically signing and advising of the width restriction at the A49 B4 361 junction. This review will also include the consideration of height restrictions on other routes into the town centre. We do see that signing improvements will have a positive impact without the introduction of formal weight and width limits and can be considered as part of a phased approach, and that could stand independent of any further phases of work associated with formal weight/width limits. I've learned a lot about Ludford Bridge today. Thank you.
Viv, do you have a supplementary question or do you need time to think about it?
Yes, please. No, I don't. I've listened to what he's had to say. I must tell you that 3 parishes that I have, I've got 5 altogether, have said that they have been trying for the last 30 odd years to try and get something done, and the signage was put in the wrong place. It's too close to the town centre on Overton Road. If it was out further, the lorries would be able to see it before they get onto this road, and there is nowhere to turn round to go back, and that's why they come over the bridge. So that's Ludford,
So
Richards
the question
Castle,
then is
and
can the
Ashford.
signage be moved?
I would like the signage to be moved to the end of Overton Road so that they can see it and they've got a chance to get into the town.
All right.
It was not the width I was talking about, it's the weight. This is a really old bridge.
All right.
And I really honestly think that over the years, this council has not taken notice of the parishes in my area, which
Right.
they don't anyway.
All right,
So there we are.
thanks, Viv.
And we also have lots of holes on
All right,
that bridge.
Viv, you've asked your
I
supplementary
shall get it
question.
in.
Thank you. Dan, can you respond to that now, or do you need to speak with officers to see if that can be done?
Viv, would you kindly just drop that in an email to me and I'll take it to the officers.
All right, good. Thank you both. Okay, Councillor Vasma, do you have a supplementary question? I'm sure you do.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I do. Thanks very much, Councillor Picton, for the very positive response to my question. I'd only ask, if you give me assurance, that the opposition group leaders will also be consulted about this before bringing a recommendation back to Council.
I believe, Councillor Vasma, that the Scrutiny Chairs Group does include opposition members. So, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Good. Councillor Evans, Julia Evans. Do you have a supplementary question?
I do, and it is, and thank you very much for the very comprehensive answer, which was a list of meetings. Recent figures from the Health Service Journal, which were taken from NHS England, show that the Shrewsbury and Telford NHS Hospital Trust is the second worst for ambulance waits in the country and having the highest increase in 12-hour waits, and this means acute deterioration in the health of patients and an increase in excess and amenable death numbers. Has the Cabinet urged our local MPs to step in both terms of finance, rurality and with capacity in mind, and ask for the reasons for the huge increase in acuity, plus with the correlation of the declining performance of our local NHS and so increasing the cost of adult and children's social care in mind, how did the critical incident itself affect the council financially and in capacity terms, and how is the burden of care shift to the council from the NHS affecting the council year on year? Thank you.
Thank you. Portfolio holder.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your question, and actually, and for your follow-up. You've asked me some quite interesting financial information, which, to be honest, I don't have to hand. I will certainly go back and see if I can find some responses. But I think that you need to know that we are working very hard at the Shrewsbury Hospital in particular to help with discharge, because an awful lot of problems, as I said before, are caused by discharge, which means that there's not capacity to take in new ambulances arriving with people, and that very, very often engenders long waits. So we are working very effectively with our NHS partners to actually slow that down and to get people out of hospital as quickly as we can and get them rehabilitated as quickly as we can. In terms of the financial impact on us of the hospital not working well, I will have to go into a bit more detail for you, if that's all right.
Thank you very much. Good. Might move on to the item 13, which is the exclusion of the public and press. And I move in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, paragraph 10.43, of the Council's access to information procedure rights, that the public and press be excluded for consideration of the remaining business.
I second all of that.
Good. Thank you. So we will just wait for people to leave. And